Oui, je parlerai non.
Ici.
Je
Ah, ok, donc c'est ce micro-là et ça c'est pour les slides. Merci.
Would you take a seat, please? Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this HK event on leveraging international student mobility for societal transformation and economic growth. One of the longest titles, I think, in any event I've had the pleasure to welcome people to, and my pleasure this time is all the bigger that it's my last time as HK president to welcome anybody, any place. So welcome here. This is the fifth part of a series of events that HK has been organizing together with member organizations that have offices in Brussels. CZELO from the Czech Republic, DAAD, HK-dir, and VLUHR. The basic idea is to showcase and share what internationalization agencies can offer to good practice and policies in higher education across Europe. So this event is meant to address what we call the Brussels crowd, the Commission, the higher ed policy community, other stakeholders and actors in Brussels. This time we're joined by our Dutch member organization Nuffic, that hasn't an office in Brussels, but anyway, is close by. Actually, the first idea to do this event on this topic originated from a discussion we had in the spring with Jo Ritsen, Kees Kovenaar, and Titia Brede, or from the Netherlands. The Netherlands frequently have been in the vanguard of broader developments in Europe, and if I may add, for better or worse. For decades, mobility numbers have been going only in one direction, up. That applies both to degree mobility, that is mobility for a full study cycle in order to obtain a degree, and credit mobility, which is shorter stays in order to get credit for a degree completed later at the home institution. For many years, more international experience and learning was universally perceived of being a good thing in itself. There was already one open question, and has been for some time: should international students study for virtually free, like domestic students in most of our countries, or should they or their families pay for their education? Then came multiple crises. The financial and the euro crisis that shook the confidence in each other and the solidarity between the members of our union. The massive influx of migrants following the civil wars in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and other natural and man-made disasters. And that influx has also led to a rise of populist parties in many of our countries and a wave of xenophobia that few of us would have imagined 10 or 20 years ago. Then came the pandemic that all but stopped physical mobility for some time. I think universities and other institutions of higher education have done a very, very good job to adapt very rapidly to the emergency. But with that quick response also came a tendency to think, well, if we can do it virtually in the pandemic, why shouldn't we do it virtually all of the time? And the idea came up of having internationalization without mobility. Finally, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the growing geopolitical tensions between the United States and China, and more recently, the horrendous terrorist attack on Israel and the consequences of that attack. And for the first time in many years, there is growing mistrust in some groups of international students, and perhaps even more importantly, there is a perception that globalization as we know it has come to an end, and maybe the need to be able to work in a global network, that need has becoming less obvious than we thought it would be. Today, the very value of academic mobility is questioned in some political and social quarters, as well as by some students themselves. Do students actually benefit from international experience in their education, and how? Does it actually make them more employable and or more culturally sensitive? In fact, in some countries, participation in credit mobility is stagnating or even decreasing. Do domestic students actually benefit from an international classroom with diverse learning cultures and sometimes limited proficiency in the language of instruction? Is mobility both credit and degree mainly for the happy few, the wealthy and advantaged? Does international travel add too much to emissions and the climate crisis? Can physical mobility be easily substituted with virtual digital mobility, making it also greener and more inclusive? Is it a good or a bad thing when international students contribute to immigration? And once here, do we expect them to return to their own countries right after graduation? Or rather hope that many of them will stay and fill skilled labor shortages in our own countries? Finally, are international students mainly contributing to the generation and transmission of knowledge, or do they pose dangerous risks to our security? Sure, they are not only critical questions, they're also encouraging signals. Just recently, the Commission has proposed a Council recommendation, Europe on the Move, Learning Mobility Opportunities for Everyone, with ambitious new goals, increasing the share of mobility experience to 25% of a graduating cohort by 2030, and at least 20% for those with fewer opportunities. Still, the questions are mentioned are legitimate, and there are no easy answers to them, if any. The purpose of this event today is to re-examine the societal impact of academic mobility and present some examples how it may be leveraged. Some of the answers may sound or even be traditional. I think there still is a case to be made in favor of learning to see the world from different points of view. There still is a case for increasing knowledge by sharing it. There still is a case to be made for science diplomacy in times of wars. There still is a case to be made for a better cohesion in the European country and openness to the global community. We will also see new perspectives. For a long time, the nexus between international education and migration had mainly been seen critically as causing a brain drain at the expense of developing countries. These days, some European countries, including my own, are setting ambitious targets to recruit more international students and retain more of them after graduation. And we will need new answers to some older questions, such as equity and access, and the best means to bring it about. After the opening panel, we'll have 2 blocks today, focusing first on degree and then on credit mobility. And we'll conclude with the final panel on pathways for the future. Let me conclude by thanking already now all of the speakers and panelists for having made it and for talking with each other and to us. Let me thank our co-organizers, who I already mentioned at the beginning. And let me thank the organizing team at the Secretariat and the other colleagues at the offices here in Brussels. I wish all of you, all of us, a very informative and stimulating day. Thank you for your attention. And let me now invite Jo Ritsen, the former president of the University of Maastricht and former Minister of Education of the Netherlands, to the podium to chair the first panel. Thank you.
May I invite my co-panelists here to the table? We have not met yet. Great pleasure
Nice
to meet you.
Yeah.
We have said hello. Please come and sit down. And here we are a bit in a very special position. And I think, Ulrich, thank you so much for having made that opening statement. An opening statement very much on the fact that we are in changing times. Well, that's obvious. Every time is a changing time. But maybe this is a time in which changes are far more deep and, say, structurally also invasive than they have been in past times. And I very much realized that from my background in the 90s as a minister, with numbers of discussions in the European Union on promoting internationalization, very much from the fact that solutions for individual countries, for individuals in countries, never in our societies, which are global by nature, no one can stop, well, North Korea can, but that's the exception. No one can stop the way in which we interfere with each other. And no one wants to stop that, because we know that in the long run, that has been to the advantage of large groups of people. So globalization in the sense of interconnectedness, and globalization in the sense of agreements between countries and how to behave decently, you might say, is there to stay. And at the same time, all the questions which Ulrich put on the table are raised. They are raised also with respect to internationalization of education. So when I think back on the notions which we shared in the 90s, when in many respects I believe the internationalization of higher education particularly took place, or at least the bricks were laid to build upon, then our notion was not as much in terms of the economic benefits. Our notion was very much on the sharing of values. And I think that is still an important issue to be shared among societies. But of course, if that would be at a high cost, then that would create a tremendous trade-off and would also be politically very difficult to achieve. So fortunately, there is an economic and social embedding in which internationalization of education could take place, which is very much demonstrated by the fact that studies have shown how beneficial the high degree of internationalization of Danish higher education took place, and also for the Netherlands. For the Netherlands, internationalization, Europeanization and internationalization as two, say, linked bodies are almost essential to the Dutch economy. So the embedding of the notion of creating, through education, responsible persons living in an international world, which it by definition is. Everyone lives in its own village. Every politics is local. But at the same time, that village is no longer the village which is separated by walls. It's a village which is open and which all the time will have to be open in order for people to have a good life. So in that context, the economic benefits from internationalizations have played a tremendous role. So when the Danes went on for a huge spurt in internationalization, it was based on the fact that firms thought that it was so valuable. And when the Danes stopped, so I'm not talking about the Dutch, I'm talking about the Danes, it's easier. When the Danes stopped, it was because not enough of the international students, according to the Danish view, stayed in the country. And now they are opening up again, because the firms say we need this in our population structure. So, and for the Netherlands, now the situation is, yes, we have now 30% foreign students, not all European students, about 10 percentage points international students, giving a tremendous spurt in improvement in quality. I think there is a generic, but I think also very important to have further studies on this, a generic increase in the quality of university studies being offered. International students force a university to be responsible towards its students in the way it teaches, that it is effective in its studies. I don't think we have realized that far enough. We did think about that in the beginning, but it is something which, as president of Maastricht universities, I saw clearly coming. Because international students don't choose your university because they like Maastricht. Well, Maastricht is actually not so easily reachable. No, they come there because they know that the studies are done in a completely responsible way. Does it mean that other universities are not responsible? No, that means that there is more the dedication to look at the process of educating. So the input of foreign students has been a drive towards the improvement. And in that wake, we see also that international students from India, from China is always dubious when you think about it in the sense of our relationships with China, our European relationships are not always exactly the same, but international students from all over the world are attracted by studies in international universities in Europe because of their quality and, of course, because of the fact that they are cheap compared to the alternative in Australia, in the UK, in the USA. So it's high quality with low costs. That is in the wake of international student mobility in Europe. Yes, and then one of the major hurdles which particularly hits the, you might say, the populist inclined. I don't want to say immediately put people in a certain corner, but the notion that teaching in English, which is essential for internationalization, goes against national values, is, I think, a notion which should be debated on a much broader scale. If national students feel that they should have an education in the national language, of course, that is self-evident that that should be provided. But on the other hand, to order, as is now the proposal in the Netherlands, that all studies, and was also done in Denmark, should be in Dutch, or at least a major part should be in Dutch, is putting the horse behind the cart. So that is a kind of an introduction to what we are facing with. We are faced with tremendous success. In terms of success, we don't know too much about values, but we have an idea that indeed international students are much more in a position to think about a future of themselves in a Europe which is able to maintain standards of democracy and of human rights and human values. So values, success in terms of the economy, both sides, students finding much easier and much better jobs when they have an international experience in education. There we have quite a bit of evidence. And thirdly, in the economy. And in the economy, I think one of the nicest examples is the firm ASML. That's the major, it's the largest manufacturer of the machines which make computer chips. And those machines are made in Eindhoven, very much with the pressure of the US not to sell them to China. But anyway, that firm is completely based on the influx of international students in Eindhoven University. So interesting to see that these economic benefits are also there. So benefits all over the place, visible. Disadvantages, yes. One disadvantage is European students are paid through national budgets. So this puts a tremendous strain in the Netherlands on the national budget. Tremendous strain. It actually is a strain. Second, language. And that is also in the Netherlands, but also in Denmark, there was resistance against teaching in English. But that's actually local. And it is something which is being very much augmented, increased through, you might say, populist forces. So we don't want to have a country which is dominated in its higher education by the English language. People should be able to communicate very well in the Dutch language. But anyway, second hesitance. A third hesitance is, I think, quite particular in the Netherlands and also in Denmark, which is housing. So it's actually not just a crisis in those countries. In many countries, there's a housing crisis, which has a lot to do with the higher demands which we put on housing, higher costs of housing, and lower building costs, and that is also a factor. So that as a kind of an introduction, where are we? And I very much appreciate the views of our panel in terms of where are we and where could we move further. And maybe then thinking about the fact that the first informal ministerial meeting of the Belgian presidency will be in February on balanced mobility. And that's quite interesting because I very much hope that this meeting can give some, can feed that meeting and can indeed feed it in a sense of trying to think of mobility as something which we should further encourage and also indeed give food to. So far, so good. And the panel is going to bring more light. And I'll start with Horia. Horia, can you tell us a bit about the overall students' experiences and how your organization looks into mobility?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the question and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I will actually start with a more generic remark related to the challenges that we have today. And we see that young people are very afraid, in a way, about the future, especially after COVID, the energy, the inflation crisis that happened in Europe last year. We have many mental health issues, challenges related to how young people and students see society, trust democratic norms. They see the backslide in democracy, the rise of extremism, the rise of cause, etc. But I would actually make a plea for more optimism, because indeed we see walls being created, not even from Europe to outside, but within Europe. We see countries where there is, unfortunately, a clear backlash against international cooperation, and for sure that poses the question of how the international students are feeling welcome in that environment, in that context. But nevertheless, the support for European values, the support for mobility is still in high numbers. We see improvements, so it is sometimes important to also preach or to look at the positive side and to make people believe more and more in the project. And related to what you mentioned before on geopolitical elements, for sure, I would say the word there needs to be balanced, because we talk about balanced mobility. And just to make a parenthesis, we will have soon the data from the Bologna process implementation report. We see a majority of countries do not have a balanced mobility, but then we also see that they do not invest in higher education, that the investment per capita is decreasing. So then how can we be surprised that they don't have a balanced mobility if they don't put money into actually making their system more quality and more attractive for students? It's not engineering to create. You cannot create balanced mobility by flows. You create balanced mobility by quality and attractiveness. And this is also about the geopolitical element. It's about the balance. We need, as you said, we need to still have cooperation even in turmoil times. It's essential for peace, it's essential for cooperation, and higher education is there as a building block for that. We need balanced regulation. However, we don't need balanced support for students. We need full support for students. And related to the expectation on mobility, the first and foremost, and it's the most basic one, is to be able to go in one. And now we see increasing targets. That's very promising. The question is, or will be, to what degree we can actually compensate that to the, or match that to the level of funding, especially in Erasmus Plus. We see that it is a bit challenging right now. You may have seen that one of the proposals of the Spanish presidency on negotiating the midterm review for the multi-annual financial framework is to decrease the funding, not only for Erasmus, but for Horizon, everything. There are 3 alternative proposals. Probably it won't happen, but we see that that's a general risk. And even with this amount of funding, not all, it is clear that not all students who want to go into a mobility are able to do so. There are so many studies related to the grants, so many projects. I wouldn't mention them specifically to the indirect costs. Let's put it like that. We had a recent study together with ESN. It was initiated by the colleagues from Italy, by ESN Italy, and then we had this analysis at European level, us and ESN international, related to the housing crisis. It was the point that you already mentioned. It's incredible how the situation has deteriorated. So right now, it is not only a mobility crisis, it is a general student crisis, and you mentioned Netherlands. It's the same in UK or Ireland, or it has been like this for years now, and it's more and more in several countries. But for international students, they are at the forefront of feeling it, because for those in the national environment, they live with parents. Eurostudent data says that in student dormitories, most students that are there are from more affluent social categories. You would expect that, especially in terms of social housing, those from lower education backgrounds or lower socio-economic backgrounds would stay in student accommodation. That's not the case, studies show. But still, the national students do have several ways to get around it. more or less, let's say, of course, with challenges. But for international students, it's for sure extremely or much more difficult. The funding that they are provided cannot cover it. We have the whole issue with inflation and the tightness of the housing market in general. But these are, let's say, so the topics at the forefront that we usually put forward in several negotiations or several policy discussions, especially in the European bubble. But then if we go beyond that and we look at what is the situation on the ground and what we see as the main challenges of students apart this financial element, we see the issue of being flexibly treated by both institutions, the issue of having the credits recognized. It's unimaginable. I'm a lawyer, so if you have a learning agreement, if you have a binding element towards how to proceed with the automatic recognition of the learning periods, and you still face issues, but even if you don't have a binding agreement, so let's say it's not something part of a mobility, but it's still a learning period abroad, we still see that despite all the tools being in place, and not for 1-2 years, for more than 10 years, notwithstanding the newest development with the 2018 Council recommendation, this is still not a reality. However, for the session today, we talk about the need, and there is the clear need for students to gain intercultural competencies, to gain more transversal skills, and to have them recognized and valorized. We have Digicom, we have Greencom, now they were created by the Commission. We do not have the same language of clearly defining how students achieve these intercultural and international competencies, and that would bring a lot of added value for students in order to valorize these competencies in their higher education institution or in their higher education in general and in the labor market. And that's something that we talk a lot about it, but especially in terms of not only terminology, but the technical elements, there's still a lot to go. They want to experience more.
Yeah, we can come back to this.
Yes, this was the last point.
Yeah,
So,
okay, yes, please
yes.
go ahead.
Finally, one thing is that they want to be supported to experience more the local community. And fortunately, we do have organizations for this. We have ESN chapters, we have student organizations, but also there needs to be more in terms of how the higher education institutions commit to support these activities.
Perfect, thank you very much. And what you could hear was the president of the European Student Union, which is the largest student representation body in Europe. And you could hear that from what he brought to the table, isn't it? So thank you, very well done. I deduce 3 points for the Belgian presidency informal meeting from what you said. And maybe you can continue on that. First is investment in the countries which are losing students. And then the question, how can the European Union contribute to that? Should they set part of the structural funds, for example, aside? Well, maybe you can reflect later on. The second is, well, you didn't mention that explicitly, but I think this was a very strong point which was made also in the beginning by Ulrich, which is second-generation students, because it is visible, like in Maastricht University, most are first-generation students, and the second-generation students actually, most of them receive an additional grant from the university. So we have a university fund only dedicated for second generation, which is, by the way, named after me. So that's a great privilege. So but it's fun. But it shouldn't be just a personal enterprise. Maybe it should be something more. But maybe you can reflect on that. The third is housing. Can you have further thoughts on how to go about this, except by local regulation? Because it's also, once again, my experience in Maastricht, a foreign student pays on average per square meter twice that of a national student. So the market is not really fair in this respect. And actually the fourth is how to deal with international competencies. And do we know a lot about what universities bring? But so far, as a kind of a summary with more questions to what you brought to the table. Thank you very much. And then we go to Hannes Rafas-Seder. Do I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, correct.
Member of the, no, he's the chair of the executive board, isn't it?
Yeah, CEO, president.
Yeah. This was still in the old, now you're now the president, so you've moved up, of HK-dir and CEO and president of St. Polten University of Applied Sciences in St. Polten, Austria, Switzerland, no, Austria.
Austria?
Yeah, Austria. Yeah.
Not far.
So much about my knowledge of the geography of Europe. And lead coordinator of the ODRES Alliance. That's one of these university initiative alliances. How many universities are in ODRES?
9.
9, okay, yeah. And does it work well? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah? Fine.
I hope so.
Surviving.
This is not for official purposes, but it is. So how important is this topic of international student mobility for universities of applied sciences?
Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation and for organizing this event, and thanks for the introduction. I'm not worried that you do not know St. Pölten. It is a small or medium-sized city, although it's the capital of Lower Austria, close to Vienna. And we are a comparably small university. We have only 4,000 students, probably at least one of the smallest universities coordinating one of the European university alliances. In our alliance, we have, as I said, 9 universities and more than 100,000 students. So, of course, this makes a huge difference. I always prefer to talk about the opportunities. I like to act opportunity-driven rather than challenge-based. And to start with some positive things, during the last 1-2 years in our universities, we more than doubled the numbers of our mobilities, both staff and students, compared to pre-pandemic figures. Of course, on the one hand, because of our European University Alliance, but it was not only within the alliance, but also with a lot of other partners and so on. I think we as you mentioned, it's the taxpayers that pay for this kind of mobility. So it's, I think, very important to tell them what is the added value. I think it's, of course, important that there is added value in mobility for the students, but also what is the added value for the regional communities, for the federal states, and so on. And in these days, quite often, one sentence from Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, comes into my mind. He said it already 5 years ago. There was no crisis at that time. There was not yet the artificial intelligence bubble and so on and so on. And he said, everything we teach should be different from the machines. So at least this thing is, of course, kind of an added value of mobility. It is different from the machines. Of course, my laptop and my mobile phone are always traveling with me, but I think it's another kind of mobility. Usually the machines have no mobility at all. And I think we have to be very clear about data is not the new gold. Also in the age of artificial intelligence, data is not knowledge, knowledge not skills, skills not experience. And I think what mobility has to be about is we have to provide new kinds of learning experiences. And it is everything about, we have hopefully the knowledge and the skills, but making skills into experiences in the working world. And of course, it's always the context that matters. So you have to be able to use your skills in different contexts, and this means also in different countries, in different cultures, and so on. And of course, you have to be able to speak in let's say, different kinds of language. And of course, the English that we speak all around in Europe, this is not British, not American English, it's Austrian English or whatever, and we should not care about it. It's just, we have to communicate with each other and we have to learn it. And why, what else? What is it for the communities. What we try at UDRES and what we also support in Eurasia. So in our Eurasia board right now there are 4 of the European University Alliances involved. All of these 4, and I think this is not by chance, are at least somehow supporting regions. So UDRES is, the S in the end is squared. This stands for Smart and Sustainable Regions. We really focus on small, mid-sized cities and their rural regions, but, and this is the important thing, we connect them on European level. And what we try to do is to really get challenges from our regional communities or opportunities. And we have several formats for our then international students to work on these challenges, to come up with solutions to these challenges, and of course we give the solutions back to the regions. And what we make is also not only mobility for students and staff, but also mobility for stakeholders. Very simple virtual mobility. We take a challenge from our communities, our companies in Lower Austria, bring it to Flanders, for instance, where the students from all the different countries work on a solution and bring it back. But we also had already on-site mobility of our stakeholders. We had several events for the stakeholders together with the students and so on. And so we are able to communicate and we are able to show and highlight what is the added value, not only for the students, also for our educators, researchers, and for the companies, all our stakeholders. And I think this is at least what we try to do, what we push in the UDRES Alliance and also within Eurasia.
So you mentioned 2 points which I think are of generic interest. There is a question about the state funding. So it's actually in Austria organized by local states, so 16 states?
And 9 in Austria.
Yeah, 9 states. And all of these states are responsible for their higher education. And so it's internationalization, international mobility is, if it leads to more students, because it could be also net inflow is net outflow, but it's not in Austria, I know. There's a net inflow of students, and so the state has to pay for that. So what's the discussion, debate here in Austria?
What is the discussion at this point? I think it's also, we are more and more lacking of students and also workforce and so on, so we need people to get involved from wherever they come. We see in our university in St. Pölten not only that we attract more international students because of various topics, but also more Austrians. We are probably one of the last universities, and not only universities of applied sciences, also universities who have really more students applying as we have study places, also in STEM programs. So this is kind of unique, I would say. And this is not only, but also because of international activities. I think it's very important that you further develop your profile of the institution. And act as a lighthouse for higher education. And this is what we're doing. And then you have the success and then you can communicate back.
Yeah, right. So when thinking about, again, this informal meeting of ministers, it would be interesting to see whether we could help the European employers to come to the point of view which you represented, in the sense Europe is an aging continent and is presumably lacking sufficient numbers of young people, well-trained people. And so in this respect, Europeanization could be the driving role for internationalization and attracting indeed foreign students, as by the way, the US has 50% of its science workers are foreign trained, have their primary degree, So when you look at Silicon Valley, when you think about Apple and Google, about the dominant forces in digitalization, that's not homegrown. That is international students first, and then second, indeed, employment. So is that...
Just, yeah, and I think this is a very important point. And if we are not doing it, if the universities are not doing it, then Google and Facebook is already doing it. And also maybe, you know, School 42 started 10 years ago in Paris, now already a branch all over the world. They started in Vienna. They say they are the coding school without teachers and without books and so on, just learn from and with each other, and it seems to work as far as I know. And there is already this mobility, and they do not care about standards and so on. So I think we really have to push it.
Yeah, right. Well, thank you. And maybe for a second round, I'd like to ask you more about this combination of stakeholders and students. I think that's a really interesting notion, that you do not only engage with students, but also at the same time with stakeholders. You mentioned the example of Flanders and St. Pölten or Lower Austria. And I think that's also something which should be part maybe of the thinking of the ministers, although education ministers are not always the best in linking with their economic colleagues. So then we go to our third speaker, which is Brixana Xomachi. Xomachi, yeah?
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
yes,
yeah, that's
yes, no,
right.
I practiced
A lot of
yesterday night on your name. You're the director of the lifelong learning platform, and there is this question: how you fit in international student mobility with lifelong learning?
Good question. First of all, good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me in this panel. It's a topic that is very dear to myself, to my heart, because I actually was an international student. And I spent my studies between France, Italy, and I'm originally from Albania. And I started this work in education and training actually through the students' organizations, the European Student Union and the Erasmus Student Network. So I was very on the grassroots level dealing with international students and making sure that they were welcomed and they could actually get all the advantages of being on a mobility, but also that local students would actually gain from that as well. So obviously, from that part of my career, definitely I see an important value of students' mobility. From a lifelong learning perspective, how do we come in this discussion? So the lifelong learning platform promotes a holistic vision of education, where we see learning starting as early as possible in individual's life and continuing throughout life. And mobility actually brings an added value to lifelong learning, because there is no scientific data yet, and I would invite whoever researcher in the room would like to do this. By mobility, we actually enable individuals to develop creativity and curiosity, to continue learn further. And actually, if you see also those that had the experience, we know through experience, not through data, that the international students or students that were on mobility, they are more likely to continue further education. They are great ambassadors of education and training, because they actually experience different education settings and different learning environments. They can be the critical eye of the education and training systems in Europe, but they also develop that curiosity of going deeper and farther, because very often mobility is not enough. That experience, at least through Erasmus Plus, is often not enough. So they actually become lifelong learners and promoters of lifelong learning. So this is obviously one way of looking at it. And it is important because in a lifelong learning context, they also become more employable. So definitely, even if that's not necessarily the main reason to go on mobility, it's actually by consequence one of the added value of being on mobility, that in an international and interconnected economy and society, we see that international students become more employable because they develop all of those skills that the today's society and labor market requires. And I think this is very important. But on top of that, they also become more active citizens because they develop what also Horia said, more social, intercultural competences. And in today's societies are key. We are facing, like you said, Ulrich, different and multiple crises. And one of the biggest one, in my opinion, is the democratic crisis. And I see a hope in mobility as a way to connect us, not only economically, but also socially. And as a way to really create this mass of ambassadors of democracy, of intercultural tolerance, of intercultural awareness. And I think this is a very important aspect of mobility that we shouldn't forget, even if the economic reason is obviously also there. So they go hand in hand. And the other, last week we had the Lifelong Learning Week, so it was a whole week with plenty of members, stakeholders, organizations from all sectors of education, from early childhood to adult education. And we had different meetings with members of the parliament, and in particular with the vice chair. Oh, I was not supposed to quote him. I'm not saying vice chair of what. So one of the members of the parliament that told us, I mean, if you actually if you use the social and democratic aspects of education or mobility, it won't fly at a political level. So you have to use the competitiveness, you have to use the economic argument as an argument to continue invest. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to do it, but I think this shouldn't be the only reason why we do it. We shouldn't forget that if we are investing on mobility, we do it because we believe in this as a social, on its social impact, and we believe on it also as of reinforcing lifelong learning, which is today key, because we cannot, in lifelong learning context today, we are required to change jobs on a regular basis, to acquire new skills on a regular basis. The green and the digital transitions are making a lot of us obsolete in terms of skills. So obviously mobility would have an impact on that as well, because it would actually prepare people to be more open and adaptable to new learning opportunities and new skills, and therefore easier adapting to these transitions, being them greener or digital and whatever transition we would have in the future. So yeah, I do see this connection between learning mobility and lifelong learning, which are very important.
Thank you very much. I think that goes very much also to the heart of the notions of international mobility, as I mentioned in my beginning statement. When the ministers were together, it was really about values in the first place, as determining the kind of society you want to be in. And there you make a connection. And now at the same time, this was something which Kees also has been stressing all the time. We need better data. And now the interesting part is that we do have the data, presumably, but that we have never worked on them and that we have never brought them together. And so that is really a challenge. Like we have now a stream of some 20 years of international students. So, and they are represented in all kinds of surveys, national and international. For example, there's a huge German survey on students and attitude development in higher education, which is in many respects, I think, surprising. But it has never been looked at from the angle of international students. Yeah. And we do have also large surveys on where students come and what kind of attitudes they have on the job. But they have never been analyzed from the perspective of the background. And I think you make a number of strong statements, suggestions. And I think we should bring that also to the table in the sense also of informing the European Union, informing ministers in what is happening and what have been the benefits in terms of the socio-economic situation. And so maybe now back to what are you going to say? You are going to present proposals to this informal ministers' conference. You say, I have 3 ideas you need to invest in Croatia. Croatia is one of the countries which objects against the notion that so many of its students go to Italy or to other countries and feels that they are, it's a brain drain for Croatia. But it's, you say, your own fault, invest. And use structural funds. But structural funds are used, and I can say this not being a politician anymore, quite often for demonstration projects for politicians. So a new highway to a point where, fortunately, a minister lives and has his constituency. So these kinds of things do play a role. But, and then also this idea where particularly Ulrich also pointed to, we should be reflecting on the composition of the mobility, because it's now more than average the more well-to-do students and not the first-generation students.
Fortunately, we already have the proposals written for the council recommendation, the proposed one. But I would actually recall, I had a conversation 2 weeks ago with a Romanian member of the parliament, and you mentioned Croatia, but Romania can be easily fitting, because he was saying, why, I mean, we say that this supports European values, but those that are going into mobility are already people who are interconnected, they have social networks, they are from the best or from the highest level of academic success in universities, so they already support academic values, European values. And secondly, anyhow, we support this for Romanians to go abroad. Nobody is coming to Romania anyway, which is not the case, but of course I'm telling it in an anecdotal evidence, let's say so. And why should we support that? Because the chances are they are not coming back and it's brain drain. But as Brikena said, fortunately you can offer so many arguments, irrespective of the political ideology, to support Erasmus and to support investment in international mobility. Of course, if you are not far right, then don't bother convincing. Why? But otherwise, there are so many arguments. And right now, we see firstly that we need to invest more so that more young people and more students are able to go into mobility, firstly. And in this way, actually, we are getting to those from the disadvantaged backgrounds more that are not able currently, they do not access it, and for which the meaningful added value of having an international experience is even much more in terms of social cohesion than for those that are already in affluent families. They have a background that also affords them to have international exchanges, etc. Secondly, everything that we said here was linked to the physical mobility. So again, we still have places in which the narrative is that the virtual exchanges will save the world. From what we discussed in the panel, we see that the issues that underpin the essence of the skills or the competencies that are linked to mobility have a profound physical component, and that's the second thing. And the third thing, because we are not talking only about Erasmus and about money. I'm a bit skeptical about the structural funds and how they would be used. But the third one is the European tools as such. And as you said, I very much agree with you. International mobility forced universities to improve, but it's also about student agency and how we promote it. If you have someone coming as your guest and they stay for 3 days, and you say from 6 in the morning to 12 in the night, each hour you do this and this and this, and we prepared everything for you, we decided for you, then of course you don't have that agency, and student unions are there to ensure this agency. And then we haven't touched upon so much the issues of degree mobility, where, in my opinion, there is and in our opinion as ESU, there is a sheer discrimination of outright discrimination of international students in several instances. But related to funding, related to European tools, related to automatic recognition. All of these are elements that could be there in the informal council meeting and then in the developments of the proposed council recommendation.
Great. Thank you very much. Leave it at this to give the other two speakers also a chance. And maybe can you share that paper which you have been preparing with us, because I think that is important also as one of the inputs, the international inputs. And Hannes, particularly on your notion that it's more about just linking through international mobility of students, but also maybe through activities, through programs.
Well, as I'm the CEO of a University of Applied Sciences and the president of VLUHR, really focusing on professional higher education, applied research and innovation. We can't do anything without stakeholders. And so we have to involve them. We have to interact them on various levels in all aspects. I just come from one sentence back to the added value. If we go to the colleagues in the Silicon Valley and ask them about innovation, and I think this is what we need to overcome all the challenges and crises, we need innovation, not only of just some few products or services, about our whole system in higher education. And if you speak with these colleagues about innovation, it's in the second sentence at least, they say diversity is key for innovation. So why can we get diversity? I think we have the diversity of our European regions. This is our strong value in Europe. So if we get rid of this, and if we close the borders again and so on, we will never succeed, not as an individual country and not as Europe at all. So let's support this diversity of stakeholders. Of course, we have to collaborate with some big companies, but even more with some small, regionally anchored SMEs. And this is what we really try to promote. We are not yet at the stage of joint degrees. We are preparing this, but we decided, and this was a strategic decision, to start with some small building blocks. And thanks for Europe, thanks to the Commission for all the short-time mobilities and planned intensive programs and all these kind of things. Thanks for the European University Initiative. And we, for instance, have formats like joint hackathons, we have joint boot camps, and we have, we call it rural residences and so on. All these formats have one thing in common. We leave our university campuses. We go out there. We had a boot camp on Lake Balaton. We had one boot camp in the Austrian Alps in a very small village. And the reason for this is, if I just stay in the campus, then there is no difference. Of course, I can do it in Romania or in Finland or in Austria. But not if we go out. There we have the diversity of our regions, there we have the diversity of our companies, there we are able to work on challenges and provide solutions, and this is what we're trying to do.
Sounds great. A boot camp in the Alps. Can I join?
Sure.
I will join.
By the way, before I go to you, Brixana.
And of course, my last sentence, of course it's not easy to organize a boot camp in a small village, which is even 4 hours driving from Vienna, and it's difficult to reach with public transport and so on. And of course this is more expensive as we would just stay in our small campus. Yeah. But this is our responsibility as a leader of universities to find solutions. Yeah. Not to speak, it's easy to say, give us more money, give us more money. And there are ways to deal with these situations.
Yeah, right. So, and maybe as a suggestion, why not think about also sending in a position paper to this informal meeting of ministers? I know that ministers like to be fed. Sometimes, by outside experience. I think it would be a good idea that from your point of view. So quite often the way this operates is most ministers are new. The average period in office of a minister is 2 years. To understand the European Union as a minister, you need 3 years. So take it as given that most ministers are not able to understand the workings of the European Union. Sorry to say that, but it means also that the commissioner is very important, but also the commissioner can't do too much without the support of governments, and definitely in education that is not. So the way I think to make sure that the ministers are well informed is to put them under lots and lots of pressure to think about the fact that they decide. This informal meeting is they decide. And so the civil servants try to inform them, but quite often the more pressure on them to think about issues, the better it is for them to come into position and to talk about the real issues. Because otherwise it will be the Secretariat, which informs the minister, and informs the minister with the notion, informs the European Commissioner, and European Commissioner has said, it's only until June, so I'm not going to have much of a fight. I don't want to have trouble. So the first notion is the meeting should be nice and should be exchanging views, and it's not going to lead to anything maybe controversial. While we need the controversy, because we need to have solutions, and there are no easy solutions here. It has to be something in which we make steps forward. So please send your thoughts, and I think they are going to be helpful. So Roxana, that's an introduction. In between, how many of you have had a foreign study experience? Right. So this is...
we think alike.
You are our darlings. So, to you. And so what would you suggest to the ministers?
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, I wouldn't consider balanced mobility the problem. It's the consequence of lack of investment. Right. So obviously, any funding, being that European or national, that can be put into attractiveness and quality of their education systems, and having this much more shared, not two-speed Europe, a Europe that goes on the one side very fast and develops their education system, and the other one staying behind. So I think we should look at that, how also policies like European education area are supporting our education institutions to develop in this balanced way. So then we can look at the balanced mobility, if it will, by improving this, have an impact also on that. So I would really not look at the balanced mobility as the problem. But if the ministers will have to meet, and will meet in February, they already know the challenges that they have to address. For as long as they don't do that in isolation, only between ministers, and they actually are open to talk to institutions and experiences like you mentioned, I think it's very important. So we have been very vocal on that, that in these meetings we should include stakeholders, we should include the education and training institutions to have a say on these policies, in order for them to be tailored. And I think from a lifelong learning perspective, we should really look at how valuable mobility and student mobility is in the lifelong learning context. And how we can learn from the lifelong learning context as well, because universities will have an even bigger challenge, which is the diversity of the learners that they are going to cater to. When we speak of the lifelong learning, so new learners from elder ages will come back to university or not, but some of them will, and they are completely different from the student population that universities were used to. So on top of mobility flow issues, they will have the diversity issue to tackle. And these learners want a much more tailored and personalized learning and teaching methods, a much more dynamic, a much more engaging with the society, with the global issues. So I think this would be a big challenge that they would have in February consider as well, how the institutions will face it.
Perfect. I think this is a perfect summary of what we discussed, that it's actually about learning in general.
Yeah.
International mobility is part of the way in which we grow up, and grow up in terms of responsibility for society. And in that way, I think we have done justice to lay the ground for the next presentation, because I think many of these issues will come back. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank
Thank you for having us.
Yes. Thank you very much, Joritsen, Brikena, Horia, and Hannes, for opening up the discussions today, and particularly for making my job actually now much easier, because you've anticipated quite a number of the issues that I was tasked to talk about in my short presentation. So I will do my best to quickly run you through those aspects and make sure we're not eating too much into the upcoming coffee break, because those are important too. Jo said in his introduction, we're faced with tremendous success. So what I will briefly do now in the next 20 minutes is to tell you a little bit about this success in terms of actual numbers, in terms of flows of internationally degree-seeking students that are mobile. I'll very briefly recap again the debates. The debates were covered already quite a bit in the introduction, but I'll do that as setting the ground for the evidence we have to date on the socio-economic impact of internationally degree-seeking students. There's obviously a direct link between some of these debates and the interest in researching the particularly economic impact of international students. So the first tremendous success, Joe, is that we are still growing in terms of internationally mobile student flows. The numbers are still growing every year. The latest data that is available in international comparison is, though, only up to the year 2020, but still up to that year we still see a steady growth. So, and this year there was an increase of 300,000 students compared to the previous year, and that means a growth of 5%. And the forecast is that by 2030, the total flow of internationally mobile students will amount to 8 billion students, million, sorry. That would be the hope, yeah. That's my vision for the future. Everybody's mobile, the total global population. Voilà, 8 million students. Of course, you might wonder, and we had big concerns, right, about the evolution of these trends during the pandemic. There was a big fear that we'll see a substantial decrease. Well, research in the main host countries of international students worldwide, with the exception of Australia, I think, and initial dip in the US show that that's not the case. So in general, physical, especially degree type of mobility has rebound, and in some countries like Germany, it has actually never really decreased. Maybe it increased at a smaller pace. Now, very quickly also looking at the evolution over time in the main host regions as well as regions of origin. As you can see here on the slide, and let me see if I can actually, no, I'm not sure how to do that, but I guess you can read. You see the top, the highest bars is obviously the ones related to the year 2020. The steady growth is visible, and what is also visible is that Europe, the wider Europe as a whole, hosts the majority of these internationally mobile students. The overall percent is 44%. What you also see, though, in the slide, though, is a sort of a slight decrease, if I can call it that way, in terms of host regions in the market shares of the main destinations, and that includes Europe and it includes the United States, because of an increase in the market share of particularly Asia. And that speaks overall about regionalization, a further regionalization of student mobility patterns as well. None of this is really new. What I'm trying to say is that the latest data we had for 2020 further confirmed this trend. What you also see in terms of regions of origin, the region that mainly fuels these flows is obviously Asia, and it has increased in its contribution now at 43% of these international flows. There's a lot of other interesting detail in the slide, but we don't have time for that. So I will move on to this rather overwhelming slide, but I do invite you to have a better look at it after the presentation, because I think it's a very nice visualization done actually for the Wissenschaftswelttoven publication of the ZHW and DAAD that shows the magnitude of these flows, and the colors represent the region where the students are going. What is remarkable is the thicker flows that you see, and particularly the number of international students from China going to the United States. This is a staggering 350,000 students in 2020. That's almost the entire international student population in Germany, which is the biggest host country in Europe after the United Kingdom. So a massive inflow that accounts for 6% of the global mobile population. Very big inflows from China, obviously also in the UK and Australia, and then from India, which is the second source country of international students, to the US and also the UK. And this is also indeed a slide where you can see a bit more details. When it comes to the countries of origin, I had just mentioned the contribution of China and India. Substantive, all together, they account for quarter of the total mobile student population for degree-seeking studies. When it comes to the host countries, and there I think, again, there are no big surprises. The top destinations remain the same. The amount of students they received in the meantime has further increased. So, for example, the latest data published by IAE in their very reputable Open Doors publication a few weeks ago show that for the most recent year, the number of international students in the United States has already gone over 1 million students. It's at 1 million and almost 50,000 students to date. Again, when it comes to European host countries, it's as we're used to the United Kingdom, Germany, and France at quite some distance, though. And this is also a bit of an overview of the intra-European mobility flows. So the visualization is for the flows in the European higher education area. So the Bologna process countries. And there, what we do see in terms of important flows is obviously the flow of German students to Austria and the Netherlands, the inflow of Ukrainian students, but that's data before the start of the war, to Poland. So for sure, these inflows will look very differently now, as well as from France to Belgium, and particularly to the French-speaking community of Belgium. We know for sure that, we know for some time already that geographical distance plays, as well as linguistic closeness, play an important role in internationally mobile student flows. So we do see that very clearly for Europe. What is also clear for Europe is that over time there is an increased tendency of European students to choose other European destinations to continue their studies. So as a share, fewer students are going outside of Europe for degree seeking studies than they used to in the past. Whether that is a positive or a negative trend, I think we could certainly discuss. So that was a very quick run through some of the key data. So overall, the amount of internationally mobile students is increasing. I think that is good news for many countries. It's also challenging news for other host countries. So we'll cover that further also in the upcoming panels. Voilà. When it comes to the debates, we've already, I think, Jo has helped us cover some of these debates already. What I wanted to say when it comes to the debate around the flows and the optimal flows, of course, the discussion on brain drain is a discussion that we've been having very much also outside of Europe. So it's been a long-term discussion, I think, especially looking at flows from the global south to the north, but also in the European context from the east to the west and also the north again. This, I think, debate has been framed in different ways in different countries, as a negative or a positive. We've also had for quite some time a discourse around talent attraction and now increasingly retention in different countries. Balanced mobility indeed is coming back into the picture. We've had a very interesting start of a discussion last week at an event hosted by the Austrian Permanent Representation here in Brussels. And I'm happy we have Florian with us here today. That's a topic also for the upcoming Belgian presidency. It's a notion we still have to debate and define. As I think we were saying last week, whether we mean this in the level of total inflows versus outflows. Do we mean this country by country, meaning country of origin, country of destination? Does this balance, if desirable at all, need to look the same for different levels of education? Is it the same for credit and degree mobility, and so on? So it's a concept, but not yet a full concept. Big debates, obviously, and we've covered those already, around the cost of educating foreigners for national taxpayers. And I think it's interesting is that these debates have been resurfacing both in countries that charge tuition fees for international students and substantive ones, as well as in countries that don't. And I find that interesting as an observation. We've talked about the language of instruction a bit and related debates in the Netherlands. I think we're all very familiar with a situation. I would say most other countries in Europe have had actually a much more conservative approach when it comes to opening up to teaching in English, because in most of them, I think national legislation still requires parallel programs in the national language precisely to ensure access for domestic students, and which in practice has meant fewer such English taught programs being developed for cost-related reasons by the institutions. Capacity-related debates, what I want to add here to what was said is that this is also a specific debate we're having, and again I'm turning to Austria as an example, but also the French-speaking community of Belgium in particular study fields. So there's been an ongoing imbalance in that sense in presence, for example, of international students in medical studies. And we've had also some kind of solutions found at the European level through the European Court of Justice, allowing for quotas in these specific study fields. And we're having, I think, also a retention-related debate, and that's both framed in positive terms, in terms of labor market needs, filling into the skills shortages, but also in negative terms. Many of these debates in the national level have to do with immigration-related debates and with the overall number of foreigners that should be allowed into the country, international students being sometimes made part of that group and part of that debate. And finally, to the socio-economic impact and what we know so far. Brikena was saying in the previous panel that yes, unfortunately, arguments related to the economic value are the ones that seem to work best with politicians. And I do think it is one of the reasons why we've seen in recent years a growing national interest in being able to showcase, to calculate the socio-economic impact of international degree-seeking students in particular, but also now increasingly of credit mobile students, and in some cases in a mixed fashion of the two groups. So overall, yes, there is an increase in the number of such studies and related evidence. I've tried to visualize here on the slide some of the studies that I'm aware of, and I'm sure there are more in the respective countries. There have also been previous iterations of these studies because in some contexts, these reports or related studies were more of a one-off type of publication to date. In others, there is already regular research in this area, so regular reports coming every few years. How is economic impact defined? You might wonder what counts in it. Well, my answer would be it varies. So there are quite a number of study-related costs that are feeding into this pot, and I quote a few. Obviously, tuition fees, if applicable. So the amounts that the students pay for their tuition fees, what students spend in terms of cost of living, so in terms of housing, local transportation, subsistence, visits of families and friends, and you might be surprised, but that is one element that goes into some calculations, and it can be substantive. So for example, in the French study that was published last year, it was estimated that 38% of the students in France were visited by members of their family during studies, and the average stay of the family was 26 days. So quite remarkable, I would say. Other costs that can, again, whether that's a good or a bad thing, it can be debated at the different levels. The cost of technology, we see that students use more and more and spend more and more money on technology. And for those that stay or for those that work during their studies, and also for those that stay after graduation, of course, income tax and social tax. Of course, the calculations also look into the support that the international students receive during their stays. Part of the support is through partly funded, subsidized, or even fully subsidized cost of their studies for the study programs themselves, so for the institutions, but also scholarships, any other kind of financial aid that they might receive. That said, it's a general overview of all the elements that could feed into the calculation, but what actually feeds into the calculation differs from one country to the other, and it's very much dependent on access to data, because access to this kind of data is better in some systems than in others. All right, and I'll finish on the slide by saying that there are two types of studies also, and sometimes they are combined. There are studies that look at the impact, the economic impact during studies. So what do these students bring in terms of overall income while they are studying in the respective country, and there are also studies that look at the contribution of international graduates that stay in the host country. So those that enter, once they finish their studies, the labor market, or that continue to study in that respective country as well. And some studies bring these two types of calculations together. To give you some examples, and I started with a disclaimer that when I'm trying to share some of the highlights, the overall amounts and results are not comparable precisely because of all the different approaches to calculations that I've mentioned. Overall, the overall picture is very positive. There is a net economic gain from the international degree seeking students. One factor that seems to truly mitigate the amount of this gain, and that's a crucial, I think, element that the German study contributed with in 2013. That was one of the first studies in non-fee-based types of systems, was that the retention rate, so the percentage of international students that stay of a certain cohort, is actually a crucial factor in determining the period that is necessary to offset the cost of educating these students for free, almost, as it is the case in Germany when it comes to the student perspective. And in Germany, it was found that the necessary stay rate of these students was somewhere between 20 and 30%, and that these students would need to stay 5 years after graduation and contribute to the labor market to help offset this cost. What you also see on the slide is some of the latest figures we have from the Netherlands, so a publication by Nuffic last year. An overall, yes, impressive amount, impressive contribution. We do see also that students and graduates from different types of universities can also contribute to different extents. So some of the analyses also go into such differentiation. So in the case of the Netherlands, we see that the biggest contribution comes from research university graduates, especially from those outside of the European education, EEA, the European Economic Area, also because they pay higher tuition fees than the rest. What we do see from the Estonian study, and that was the repeat for 2 consecutive years, is that this contribution is growing. You might say partly because, well, prices are also growing. That's certainly one element into the picture, but also because of the growth of international students in all, and also the improvement, in all honesty, of the methodologies. Because I think with every such experience, yes, the accuracy of these calculations is obviously also improving. And I'll try to speed up. Here, yeah, it's again further findings from other studies from France, Spain, and the UK. What you can also see is that the way these gains or the overall impact is articulated vary. So, as in the French case, this is a total amount. It's an amount in billions, so it's also an easy sort of message to deliver outside, and especially to political actors. About the Spanish study, I want to say that this isn't only about degree-seeking students, so that also includes credit mobile students, as well as students in the typical US study abroad type of experience that is quite distinct from the normal credit mobility we have in Europe, and they calculate a multiplier effect for this group. In the UK, obviously, UK has a long track record of very serious analysis in this area, also because, as you know, obviously, UK higher education institutions depend to a large extent on this income from international students. Overall cost-benefit ratio is quite high, so 9:4. It means that for every £4 spent on educating this group of students, £9 are spent by the respective students in the UK in various forms. What I found was particularly interesting was this last point. It shows how the benefit also for the local community, and especially for the constituencies that vote in elections, is. So that's a total overall amount, and it's calculated per citizen per year. Voila. When it comes to the graduates, what I wanted to say, I've made the point earlier that the retention rate or the stay rate makes a big difference apparently on the offsetting of costs for educating international students. And what you do see on the slide very clearly for some selected OECD countries is that these rates vary significantly. What I advise you to look at, because the highest bars quite often are a bit, the ones not yet corrected, are the orange, the light orange bar and the green bar, because those are the bars that show you the stay rate of the same cohort of students 1 year after graduation and 5 years after graduation. So what you do see, obviously, the stay rate of international students 5 years after graduation is decreasing. That's more or less the case everywhere, and I'll share a bit on my last slides what are some of these the reasons why that is happening. Yes, the highest bars here, the sort of darker orange ones, are the stay rates of the first year of the cohort 2015. We don't yet have the stay rates 5 years after graduation. We've talked, or I've talked a lot in the statistical overview that I've shown at the beginning about Chinese and Indian students and their overall contribution to global mobility flows. So this is a slide that shows you the stay rates of these two particular nationality students in their host countries. I think there are two remarkable things on this slide. Overall, the stay rates of these international students are much higher than the average stay rates. So if you remember the previous slides, so these are, first of all, they're the top two nationalities worldwide, and these are also the graduates that tend to stay more than other nationality graduates. I think it's also very interesting to see that, I think in all cases, if I'm not mistaken, except one, the Indian graduates have a higher stay rate than Chinese graduates. And now getting towards the end, yes, when it comes to the impact after graduation, what I wanted to highlight, of course, a lot of these calculations on the economic impact go deeper also into the financial contribution to the labor market and so on. But these studies also look, interestingly, I think, at the participation of international graduates and different patterns we see there in the labor market. So I wanted to highlight here two examples from Finland and the Netherlands. I think what it's also important to know is that obviously not all international students that stay after graduation intended to do so. Not all of them intended to emigrate. So we have some figures from Finland, for example. Long-term, some 30% of the international graduates in Finland stay, so over 5 years, but only 10% of that student cohort actually intended to stay after graduation. Just to make a point that the intentions of students also change during their studies. In the Finnish case, you've probably already read the slide by now. You see a difference between graduates' participation in the labor market of graduates from universities of applied sciences. That's what the acronym stands for, and research universities. Yes, and some interesting figures also in the Netherlands, where you see, again, the same trend, that the longer-term stay rate decreases over time, so from 46% to 24%, but nonetheless, the trend is stable, so we've seen the same kind of pattern since 2010, 2011. Their employment percentage increases over time, and we also see a slightly better participation of female graduates in the labor market than male ones. Now, what is impact, what is socioeconomic impact, and what is not impact? There are a number of things that can certainly be quantified and calculated in monetary terms, but we know there are much broader types of impacts that play an important role, but that we can't put a figure on. So I wanted to share here an example, again, from the Campus France study of last year. Other things that they tried to bring together into this pot of yes, kind of affinity and affinity, I would call it, to the host country. If you don't read French, I'll try to translate. For example, 88% of the students that were surveyed would like to work for French businesses, for French companies. 80% want to continue to consume French products. So even if they go back to their home countries, they will probably buy French cheese and wine, which again makes a contribution for sure to the French economy. Again, 88% would like to come back to France for touristic purposes. 90% would recommend France for a study period. 93% would recommend it for holidays, and 84% would recommend it for work to families, family, friends, and so on. And my last slide, because I've already taken 6 more minutes than I was supposed to, and I tried to be brief. I think obviously a number of things contribute to this picture, right? To this economic gain, to the stay rate of international students, graduates in their host countries. So this is data from a very, very recent Nuffic report. I think it was published just 2 days ago on staying in the Netherlands. And there we see a number of interesting things. We see that more than half of the students leave because they don't find suitable work. So that's the top reason for leaving the Netherlands. And we do see that language matters. So 7 in 10 students say that they experienced challenges because of the Dutch language and not sufficient proficiency when applying for jobs. Others also found, and we talked a lot about the housing crisis and all the related issues. And I think I will stop there. And thank you very much for your attention. And because I think we're quite a bit behind schedule, perhaps we can take any questions or reactions you might have to me directly during the coffee break. Thank you. Yes, thank you. What a bit rushed. No. Yeah, it should. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
The stay rate.
Yes.
And the return rate do not add up to one.
Exactly. So but those who don't stay,
One is economic science. I think, so this was the original idea, so to think about bringing together players, the economic players, to, and one thing which I think which is also mentioned, it's not a bad idea that also students leave. So we focus very much on those who stay, because that's because then the younger cadets so that is the role of it. So there are two students of mine here who are going to study this stuff. So I'd like very much to share your presentation with them. One way or the other, that is something to think through. Maybe also something for
Ik had zo lang niet gelezen dat ze inderdaad
to try to put
aan de Noord
this meeting.
echt een probleem hebben en daar kan het echt wel veel meer over uitbreiden. Zoals ook anders. Alhoewel ik het niet is. Maar dat bedoel ik. Ja.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, he just arrived. Yes, he just arrived.
He's the guy with the glasses. Seriously.
No. One to the left. He just left to the very top. Now I know. He manages because they will wish colleagues to.
I think this was really nice to have this first session. I thought it was so live. It was so kind, so I was informed by the Norwegian that there was this informal meeting. This means which I didn't know. So that is a nice entrance to informal discussion. So these are
Ja,
Hello, do you hear me?
I saw in the Dutch. I personally more the Finnish, and they're so striking changing rates, Canada and Germany, and the UK. I think there's bigger stay rates in Japan. The last ball.
To catch up. He was out for a sick leave that announced to be a bit longer, but he's actually resigned in the meantime. So yes, we have a call tomorrow, so I hope he's okay health-wise. Yeah. Yes, very much so. I think we put it already in our calendar so that we have a bit more advanced planning to do. Yeah, and you're working with Maria? Yes. Okay, very nice. You've been for long with EUA?
1 year and a half.
Okay. Alright, I have to my shame never been to one. So I've never been to one. So it would be really high time to come next year. Yeah.
Next year is not so far away.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's true. Is it in Rotterdam or no? It's in 20. In 20, yes. I remember. Thank you. Yes, we will share the slides. Yes. We'll share the slides and we'll also try to do kind of a summary before the event. Yeah. We'll be able to share some of the discussion.
The next was international bepaalde zaken in die talen zoals Duits of Spaans implementeren, dat je dan andere auteurs gaat lezen. Vanuit die dat was vanuit die insteek, had wel die. En er waren anderen die dat ook hadden in hun opleiding, maar dat zijn dan bachelor-opleidingen. Daar is de plaats om zoiets in te steken. Dan moet je dat kunnen vinden. Met de houding, dan is het van de huisvesting nog niet beschikbaar. Ja, dat is dat hangt af van instelling tot instelling. Maar dan is het en in de KLU is dat heel, omdat je echt, ja, heel moeilijk om dat te matchen. Vaak moeten ze komen, een paar weken in de hoofdklas en dan pas ja. Omdat er sommige wel, maar dat dan dus echt in de nieuwe universiteit hebben ze een heel immersieprogramma dat eigenlijk 2 weken duurt voor het academie. Zelfs langer. Dan niet met Nederlands, maar wel met fysica, andere vakken, spanielering. En dan heb je vaak een leren. Zowel iets dat al vaker is teruggekomen, maar ik denk dat het nog erger geleid is. En ik denk dat mensen zeggen dat ze denken dat het nog wat is. Ja, nog dat zijn superveel studenten hebben allemaal richtingen samen, allemaal Engelstalige programma's die zij aanbieden. En dat is van 6 studenten met zo'n groep van eventjes ja, ik denk dat je soms niet een beetje problematisch moet zijn. En dat, ja, maar bij huisvesting is het echt een probleem. Vorig jaar, ja, dit jaar eigenlijk, een van jouw collega's heeft gehad, maar ik ben echt van CMEPIUS en dat ook zijn van ja, vanuit de vlees houdt echt als een groot topic aanbrengen. Terwijl die andere collega's die wel want dat het idee was dat de Antwerpen de Erasmus-studenten weigeren door huisvesting. Hebben ze ervoor gekozen om 50% van de weinige eigen huisvesting aan Erasmus-studenten te geven. Omdat ze anders
Is my mic on? Yes, it is. So welcome back from the break and to this new panel on international degree mobility. And can you hear us on the line as well? Is the sound okay? Yes, perfect. So my name is Lene Ballasheim. I am working at the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills. And I will try to guide us through this hour. So the backdrop has been clearly set, I think, by the previous panel, and also Irina made a good overview of the debates, some of the challenges that we all face in all the continent, like aging population and the skill shortages, and also the attractiveness of Europe as a destination of the So the scope of this session is quite broad. And we will address both European and international degree mobility supported under national scholarship or talent attraction programs and Erasmus. We will address different national perspectives on the key drivers of degree mobility and achieved impact. And we will also touch upon the global attractiveness of European higher education institutions. To do this, we have 5 speakers coming from different countries and organizations, and they will help us shed light on these questions. I will briefly introduce you. So we have Philip van der Polle, your head of unit, Director General Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, European Commission. We have an online participant with us, Frederik Hulster, President of Education and International Affairs, Howes University of Applied Science here in Belgium. Welcome to you. And we have Christine Putz-Kurz, Senior Desk Officer, Online Communication Study in Germany from DAAD. And we have Mikael Fedak, Director of SAIE, which is the Slovak Academic Information Agency. Yes, thank you, welcome. And also we have Rajun Bayan, Director of the Outreach and Capacity Building Unit, Erasmus Mundus Association, EMA. So welcome to you. So what we will do, we have no presentations, no PowerPoints, and if we manage this right, we will also have time for questions from you. But I thought we'll start with you, and you to open the ball, Philip, like setting the scene from the Commission's perspective. So the first question is, so what are the key EU policy and support tools that promote the attractions of global talent to Europe and also the attractiveness of European higher education institutions?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for this question and good morning, everybody. So I would just take only a few minutes, but maybe to set a bit of the broader policy framework, because we believe that indeed it is important to attract talent from across the world into the EU. But to do so, the main message is that we need to do our homework. You can only attract students when you have high-quality educational systems in place. And that's a bit the origin of what we call the European education area we came up with more broadly. But the whole idea is to build within the EU inclusive, high-quality education systems across all the levels. And this has more recently been followed up by the European Strategy for Universities. And there I think it's important in its own right, because once again, the whole philosophy behind it is to offer high-quality education to our domestic students, to our European students, but by doing so, of course, you become also appealing and attractive to countries outside of the EU. And on top of this, the European Strategy for University also has a global dimension, because of course universities operate in the global market, so that it has 2 dimensions. On the one hand, to reach out to countries outside of the EU to help the development of their education systems, but also to be attractive and to try to move students and talent into the EU. So this is clearly part of the European Strategy for Universities. So we think that on the policy front, with the European education area and the strategy for higher education through the European Strategy for Universities, we have the policy tools in place, and they're clearly backed up by, and you already mentioned this, Erasmus+. We have different actions which we believe are extremely useful in this context. The first one, it's linked to credit mobility, international credit mobility. It's hugely popular. We managed to attract more or less 50,000 mobilities in both directions, both students and staff. 50% of them are staff. But we see that even though it's credit mobility, it can lead to degree mobility at a later stage. And also the fact that there are so many staff mobilities, it does lead to increased institutional cooperation, which can also be helpful later on for degree mobility. But then, of course, the main action I would like to mention is the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. Next year we'll be celebrating the 20th anniversary, so I think for us it will be an important moment to take stock of what have been achieved and to look forward as to what will be the next stages. In total, I think we have been investing around 2 billion euros already in Erasmus Mundus joint degrees. Around 500 to 600 degrees have been financed. Every year we are able to give 3,000 scholarships, of which the majority, more or less 2,400, to non-EU students, particularly to attract those students to very interesting high-level, visible joint masters. So this is something where we would like to enhance, further build on this. I know that we have an ambassador of the Erasmus Mundus alumni with us, so I won't dwell too much on this. But it is, of course, a key action at European level to attract talent into the EU. And then maybe the last point I would like to mention is really, and I think that is a very useful audience to discuss those kind of things, is teaming up national and European actions. So really to come up with more joint efforts in a Team Europe approach, that's how we call it, where we try to combine what is being done at national level with activities at European level to create synergies. I think one concrete example is Study in Europe. We see this as a very much a good example of how national promotion agencies can work together in a European context with support also from the European level. You know that very soon we'll be announcing the next round of Study in Europe, building on the successful implementations of the 3 previous rounds. So we believe that the brand Study in Europe is already well known. I think we can do more to promote it even further. We will, that's our intention, strengthen the initiative, also add more funding to it, and try to create better links between Study in Europe and what we do under the Erasmus program more broadly. So just to say in a nutshell that we think that the policy objectives are clear. We have a number of tools that we have at our disposal at European level. What counts is really trying to make the link and create the synergies at national level. And I think that debates like this one are very timely and very appropriate because we are still setting up to a certain extent the current generation of the Erasmus Plus program, but now we are starting a reflection as to the next generation beyond 2027. So any discussion, any input as to how we should look at this in the context of the new generation of Erasmus Plus at this moment would be very appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I hear lots of points here. You're mentioning especially the Erasmus Mundus project, and this is one, of course, of the tools that EU has to attract global talent, and it's a good point to you, Rajun, from a student's perspective. So what do you think is like the added value of these European study programs, such as Mundus, as compared to national programs?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rajan Bhuya, representing Erasmus Mundus Student and Alumni Association. Just to give a context, it's the only student alumni association for Erasmus Mundus degree, and also one of the largest alumni and student association for people with joint degrees. So, of course, we have some experience with what are the added values of such degrees in European joint degrees or Erasmus Mundus joint degrees. I would like to touch upon 4 points. The first one is being international exposure. People who, all European and non-European, when they study such degree mobility path is defined, you don't need to choose. When everything is defined, you get a very structured international exposure where you can study in a different country, get used to the culture, the language, the study environment. So this is quite unique compared to, let's say, I'll just take the information from the previous presentation. Germany was one of the study destination within Europe. So compared to studying only in Germany, here you get a European exposure. So if you ask a student who studied in Germany, the answer will be, yes, I studied in Germany. But if you ask a student who are doing this kind of joint degree mobility or Erasmus Mundus, they will say, yeah, I studied in Europe. I studied in this country in Europe. So that's the difference in international exposure. And number two is because of this international exposure, is the network that you get to build. So you study in at least 2 universities, 2 European universities. So you have access to the facilities of 2 different universities, the alumni network, the professors, the professionals, and the alumni who graduated from 2 or 3 different universities. So this is also a big plus, added value for such program. And another thing is language. So yes, when you travel, you might not get to learn a language very deeply within a short time, but you significantly enhance your language learning capability also. So when I'm in France, in my degree mobility, my second semester was France. I took a 2 ECTS course and I completed A1 in France, which was very easy to do, learn French in France compared to, let's say, wherever you are to learn that language. So language plays a big part. It's an added value. So people who do not study such program, they will negatively view learning additional languages. Compared to such students, degree mobility, Erasmus Mundus, they are more open. Now, okay, I'm going to this country, the basic language I need to know. So they will probably, I don't know, rote memorize 10, 20, or 30 sentences so they can get by in public transportation and in supermarket. So language is a big thing. And the fourth thing that I would say is related to alumni and graduates. The fourth thing is the dual degree or sometimes the joint degree. So the added value is here you are getting a very good European degree for not 1, but 2, sometimes even 3 European universities. Maybe a hypothetical scenario would be, let's say, our neighboring country, TU Delft in Netherlands, very good, very well reputed, a graduate from there in the job field versus, let's say, Erasmus Mundus graduate who has a dual degree or a joint degree, let's say from Politecnico di Milano and KTH, Sweden. So of course it gives an added value to the graduates who are trying to break into the employment sector. So, okay, I have a dual degree or a joint degree from 2 top universities. So they feel that it gives them an added value. So these are the 4 points I will just shortly try to touch upon.
Yeah, that's perfect, and that's 4 very clear points. So I hear European exposure, the network, and the language, also the joint dual degree. Very clear, thank you. So let's go to Germany, Kristin. So will you tell us a bit about the current national policy goals in Germany for global talent attraction, enabled by international degree mobility? And a second question on the way. How do you ensure a proper link to the local needs of the labor market and the economy?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me as well. It's quite a big question, so I'll take 2 times. So let's start with the first part. Well, in general, Germany, as we've heard before, is dealing with demographic changes, less young people entering the workforce. So, of course, Germany has an interest in bringing international students into the workforce. And how is the DAAD in specific doing this or promoting this? Well, we're working very closely with other governmental partners, such as Make It in Germany, who want to bring all internationals or different kinds of internationals into the labor market. And the DAAD, of course, has its focus on students and graduates. There are different programs. There's one really recent initiative, the Skilled Labor Initiative, that the DAAD is now putting forth with the Ministry of Research and Ministry of Education and Research, and it's worth 120 million euros. So quite a lot of money and focus and emphasis is put onto this, into this direction. The second part of the question was, how do we make sure we link properly to the economy? And the DAAD, of course, has always been promoting universities of applied sciences a lot, which have a very big emphasis on vocational training, and in which's curriculum is a big part to already have students working or exposed to work environments during their studies. So in summary, in general, Germany tries to facilitate and to promote the integration of international students into the economy and basically make it much more easier than it has been before. And that can be by funding preparatory courses, language courses, and also by promoting career services at universities.
And these preparatory courses and and the services that you were talking about, this is part of the recent initiative?
Yeah. Well, the recent initiative is, it has two parts. The first part is universities realizing such courses, for example, or language courses, because language is quite a barrier right now. We all know in Germany we speak German. And so language courses would be a part, but other kind of preparatory courses as well. That's the one part. And the other part is on individuals who already graduated or have already qualified qualifications from their home countries. And these qualifications now need to be adapted to the German economy.
Yeah, that's two different and important parts of the picture, right? Yeah. That's perfect. So I want to turn to you, Michael, and you, because you are also working on attracting talents to your country. So just broadly, a very broad question: would you what is the latest developments and aspirations for brain gain in Slovakia?
Yeah. Just for you to know, I will speak generally about Slovakia, not only what our organization does, but. A month ago, I ended my term as a State Secretary for Higher Education, Science and Research. When we did some during my term. Oh, okay, it doesn't work. So during my term at the Ministry of Education, we started to implement some things that we developed before. The situation in Slovakia with demographics is similar as everywhere in Europe. So, but the specificity of Slovak higher education is that we have like a real big outflow of Slovak students going and studying abroad. So we are missing the workforce, and they are not coming back. Therefore, Slovak government also already found out, okay, we need to do something about it. And the attracting talents was one of the big chapters of the resilience plan that we introduced in connection with COVID response. So we also did some changes in the legislation, because before that, probably you know that, or maybe not. In Slovakia, if you studied in Slovak language, you did not pay, and if you studied in foreign language, you had to pay for your studies, and that was a rule. So the change in the law is now that, for example, the university can decide whether they will ask for money for foreign taught programs, which means they can either get the money from the students, or if they don't ask the tuition fees, they can get the money from the state. So they are more attractive. That contributes also to the potential of having more internationalization at home to connect students, foreign students and Slovak students, because until now it was very separated, Slovak students from foreign students at the studying in Slovakia. And thus, we also hope that with attracting more students from abroad, the name of the Slovak universities in Slovakia will get better, because for 20 years we have the problem that our politicians, our public news people were very critical on quality of higher education, and that was not really always based on facts. So that's why we have also this big outflow from Slovakia. So we hope with attracting more students from abroad, we will show Slovak publics that the higher education has its quality, and students will retain home instead of going abroad in that big number, because we have like really 20% of student population goes abroad. We are the worst country after, I think, Luxembourg, which is very small, in the European Union. So we have this problem. And of course, the thing is not only to attract foreigners to study in Slovakia, because with the view on the labor market, you need the workforce to stay in the country after the study. So you can do some formal changes, like it's in the law for a longer time that everybody who has a degree from Slovak university and is third country citizen doesn't need a work permit to work in Slovakia after study. So this is something really attractive. But people are still not staying. How comes? We found out that we don't have people from abroad feeling integrated into the culture and society. And that's the other step that we introduced in policy level, but it will be implemented in upcoming years, that we need services for foreign students to feel integrated, to feel helped with the integration on the work market and so on. And this is something that shall be introduced. And for that, we also have like planned audits of internationalization, where also this should be focused, like what services are provided to foreign students, to universities. And universities, those universities who undergo this internationalization audit will get like 400,000 euros to implement the recommendations from these audits. So we really try to persuade universities to work on that. We are not in Slovakia like saying what to do, but we give the opportunity for them to develop what they feel they can do, is necessary to do, and so on. So we made within those 2 years, last 2 years, we made a really big approach on very various levels to retain talents and to attract talents and to let them stay in Slovakia or want to stay in Slovakia. So that's briefly it.
That's briefly it. Thank you.
And of course, we have also within the Resilience Fund, and we were talking about structural funds, a scholarship program for full bachelor study has been established in Slovakia. So for foreigners, 200 scholarships per year, it should be grow, and now it's under resilience funds, and it's generally as an establishing scheme, it's not restricted to any fields, but with the structural funds it goes mostly in the direction of STEM sciences fields, because we feel our economists feel that we are lacking the workforce in that area, which I do not agree, but but really there will be a focus on STEM sciences then. So
that's very concrete. But just a quick follow-up question: do you have a geographical priority of these scholarships, or is it more broadly?
No.
No.
The thing is, and it also comes from what situation we are in. Naturally and traditionally, Slovak universities are focusing to attract talents or to attract foreign students from very specific regions, like countries of Slavonic origin, with Slavonic languages, countries with like the socialist history, common socialist history, and so on. And for example, we have now, due to the war in Ukraine, we have a doubled number of Ukrainian students as before, which means we are facing really like kind of ghettoization, I call it, of foreign student body, because the people coming from one country are concentrating at specific universities in specific fields, and it's harder for them to integrate into the Slovak culture. And therefore the policy which we developed is that we need more diversity in the international student body. And for example, the mentioned scholarship program has kind of, the selection procedure is set up to have like 5 regions of the world divided into 5 regions, and to select scholarships within those world regions, and not generally as a pool of everybody. So we prioritize to have a diversity in the student body.
Thank you for that. I think there are some points here that we can pick up later. And you also mentioned things that have been mentioned, like the quality in education as an attractiveness to promote, to attract foreign students. We can come back to that, but I wanted to hear from our online participant. So Frederick, you're representing higher education institutions here in Belgium, actually, Flanders, and you're the only online participant. Well, busy schedule, that's the way it is. But I wanted to ask you, so how do you respond to the talent needs in your region here in Western Flanders, and what kind of instruments and networks do you use for that?
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you need a hand?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So indeed, I apologize that I couldn't be there physically. Wait, I hear some echo. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there physically, but I have a meeting at 12:30, so I will need to leave at 12:20. But I can respond to that, and I must say that the West case is similar than what has been presented by my colleagues from Slovakia. So responding to the talent needs is, for me, is a very important selection criterion for the program portfolio that we have developed in English. So we invested in the previous 10 years very hard in developing international-oriented English taught but full degree bachelor programs in English at West, and we have developed 6 of them. So the first one was in 2006, was a bachelor degree in gaming. It's called Digital Arts and Entertainment. So that was our pioneering program. And then later came cybersecurity, industrial product design, digital design, bioinformatics, artificial intelligence. So you hear it's all quite STEM related, because in our province, we are located in the north of Flanders. We have a very large network of SMEs, small and medium enterprises, especially in the field of technology and manufacturing industry. So we match very well on a very strategic way our program portfolio in English with the local needs. We are also very much involved in, let's say, quadruple helix and very strong industrial networks. And for us, that's the core, that we attract talent, not to just have them 3 years of fun in Flanders, but also to orient them towards our labor market in those domains that we have really urgent needs. So that's our strategic approach to that. And I think we are successful in that. So we have now this year 10,000 students, of which almost 1,000 international students. So this is without the Erasmus students. So those are the full degree studying students. We have almost 100 nationalities in our campuses here in Kortrijk and Bruges. So this means that the impact of this international presence is also beneficial for all students, even those who are not in the position to study abroad. So they have the opportunity to come in contact with all these different cultures. And we really feel that on our campuses, that it's diversity and the cultural diversity has raised a lot during the previous years. So this is a little bit our story. It's too early to say what is really the impact of our region, but we see in statistics that the brain drain, which was really an issue and is still an issue, but is less than it was 10 years ago, that the brain drain has turned into a brain gain, not only from international talent, but also from, let's say, talent from other provinces who really finds HOEST because of its unique and well-developed programs. So our gaming program has been named several times the best gaming curriculum of the world, and this gives also the other programs, let's say, a push in the back or some wings to also get attractive overseas.
Yeah, thank you. And you also picked up on a word, the brain drain, that we can maybe have a talk about later. And I wanted to just a quick follow-up question, because you talk about the links that direct links that you have to labor market in your region, and that you respond to this. And I don't know how the establishment of a program period works in Flanders and Belgium, but I know in Norway often this takes a bit of time to establish a portfolio and establish a study program. So how do you feel that and time is a thing here, right? So it's and the needs are changing. So how do you manage to respond to these needs in a timely manner? Are your organization rigged for that, or do you feel that you can manage quick enough? Is my question maybe.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think you already give a little bit the answer by putting the question. Of course, if you start developing a program, it's a 3-year program. Then you have the first graduates after 3 years. That's a reality. What I also want to mention is that you really need to make your programs very much integrated with industrial partners. So it's professional-oriented bachelor programs. This means that there are a lot of group works, project works, even from the first year already. So you already connect, let's say, industrial needs and local needs of industries with students, not yet with graduates, but already with students. So you can answer already a little bit the urgent needs by using your students to developing solutions for the needs that are in regional industries from the first year, also in second year, and then in third year, there is a large period of internship. So this is, let's say, an ideal period to send your students almost ready for the labor market, to the labor market, and they have their contract. Most of the students have their contract at the end of this internship period. So that's, I think, very important that you, from day one, you connect them with the regional industries.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is really interesting to compare different approaches from different countries and also different levels. I think, some of you have really been thinking about this strategic thinking about the skills gain far more than we have done in Norway, at least. I think from our perspective, we have been focusing on outgoing mobility in large, with the assumption that the students are coming back, and I think in most part they do, but both degree and credit mobility. So in general, like, attracting talents have not been really high on the agenda for us until now, maybe. And this is probably also related to students' fees. So until last year, there were education were free for all, and we had no fees. But this year, actually, we started introducing fees from students outside the EU. And this has led to a decline in the number of students, international students in Norway. So I guess the topic is very high on the agenda, and it's a work in progress. So it's really good and interesting to hear the debate here. And I don't, as far as my knowledge, I don't think we have a clear strategy yet on where to recruit. What to do, even though we have the same. And we will also face the same skills shortages as the rest of you do. I think we have time we have a second round of questions, but if we have some questions from the audience, I think we have time for that. Yes, please. You will need a microphone, maybe. Oh, sorry.
like very much to link the first panel with what was brought to the table here. And I think there are a number of points which answered to your question of how to move beyond Erasmus Mundus in the year 2027. I think the statement from Slovakia, sorry about it. So, was very strong in this respect. Help us from the European Union to increase our, balance in terms of outgoing and incoming students. And that links very much to, Philippe, what you said at the beginning. It was indeed in part the intention of the ministers when they very much pushed for internationalization of European higher education to improve quality. That's the first part. And quality in the broader sense, including values, but also quality in skills, simply for the labor market. And improve, it was very much linked with competitiveness. And now it's linked also with greening. So then I think the response to you in terms of asking for Erasmus Mundus is, Erasmus Mundus was framed within the calm seas of the Mediterranean, the calm seas of, say, the North Sea. It was framed in what was possible in Europe at that time, with a Europe which was not very cohesive. There was always this notion that the states should be in charge of education and that you shouldn't intervene too much. So this was the maximum which could be done, the credit exchange, which from the beginning, and I say this also as university president, was looked at as, well, it's not the first best solution, that's second best, because you don't know actually what the credit means, which is given in another university. You take it for granted, and the other way around. You do have some idea of quality. I'm going to complete. So I think the next step for Erasmus Mundus should be to focus on degree mobility, not on credit mobility. That has reached its end, and it will continue. And there are many things in place by which it will continue, but focus on degree mobility and support from the European Union, one way or the other, the kind of processes which in Slovakia are on the table. Because this is a generic complaint, and it's not only the complaint about the number of students which leave the country, it's also about the number of staff. Because in the sciences, and maybe that's also true in Louvain, but it's definitely true in the Netherlands, most appointments now, something like 80% of the appointments in the sciences are made from female professors from Central and Eastern Europe. So the loss in terms of capacity in Central and Eastern Europe is not just on the numbers of students who leave, but it's now increasingly on the number of staff. And that's why I would say there should be an outcry from Central and Eastern Europe for support in, indeed, your point, we should improve through European sources quality. Sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you. And I would invite you to react, but I will just, because I know Fredrik would have to leave us before we end, so I will ask him to have, I don't know if you want to comment on this, if you can choose, okay? So either you comment on this, or you can comment on my final official question for you, which is maybe easier, I don't know. And this is, where do you see the major impact on international degree thank you. Students in your respective, or in your institutions, basically. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, on that topic, I want to share, I think, our example of, let's say, the gaming industry. So we asked to our Flemish government between 2006 and 2010, because it was first a minor program within an existing bachelor degree. But we asked our government, can we start with a bachelor in gaming? It's called Digital Arts and Entertainment. And then the government said, but why a bachelor in gaming? We don't have the gaming industry. But then we said we will create the gaming industry. So that was, let's say, the discussion we had with the government. But finally, we got the approval for that. And indeed, we have now 1,500 students in that program, of which more than half is international students. And we see that we have really created the gaming industry in our region here in Kortrijk. There we are now at, let's say, the point that we have created a full ecosystem with incubators, with investment funds, with the Flemish Game Hub, which has been installed here. And the initiation was just starting an English taught program by attracting international students to our region. And we have now approximately 25% of the international alumni who stay in the region and who, let's say, start their own gaming industry or get a job offer in existing gaming studios in Flanders. So I think this is a beautiful example in which, by starting an international degree program, we really created an industry and which has a very high impact on our regional development. So I think with this example, I would like to share this with you.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a good to see that the development can go both ways, I guess. I think we thank you for your input, and thank you very much that you could be with us here today. And good luck on whatever you have to do now. Okay.
Thank you very much, and I apologize that I cannot network afterwards. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so I think you, Mikael, had a comment, or you need also the mic, yes.
Yeah, that's really a good impulse, what you said, that yeah, we could use the European money also much more for degree mobility, not only for credit mobility. And you can actually take Slovakia as an example, like because we do it within the resilience fund. We started it, and also what you said about researchers. There are, and since we are not, the topic is about degree student mobility and not about attracting researchers and talents. But we have also some instruments implemented from the resilience fund also to attract researchers on all career stages, R1 to R4. So, yeah, I think the demand is there, and what we are talking about is increasing quality in a way, not only to increase the quality of higher education, but also to show public that the quality is there, even though people don't believe it. And in the time of hoaxes and untrust in science and so on, we are really facing the thing that we need to show that there is interest in European science, in European higher education, and they are trustworthy to the world, so maybe something we are doing correctly, not wrong. So I think, yeah, I fully agree with you.
You can just keep your mic, perhaps, and you can also, maybe I would ask you to also comment on the question that I put to Frederick before, as to the impact of the degree students in your country. Have you any thoughts on that?
Unfortunately, what we are facing in Slovakia is that we are usually 10 years beyond everybody else in Europe. So we are like, see what works where, and then we pick up the chairs. And we do not have like really analytical powers and strategy to deeply go into what's the impact of international students on economy and so on. Even though the Ministry of Finance would love to have that, they're not financing such analysis. This is kind of strange. Yeah, we gave the Ministry of Finance, during the discussions about these changes that we have, the analysis from other countries that we collected back then. And it really shows that there is an added value also on the economical level of international students already during their study, what we saw in the presentation of Irina. So I believe, yeah, we should work more on decisions based on data. However, at least we have the data from other countries, which we can build on.
No, but yeah, that's good. But that's why we're here, right? So that's good.
Right.
So, but, Christine, do you have anything to add from a German perspective on this, on the impact?
Well, you can answer this question in different ways, I think. The broadest answer is, of course, we talked about the economic impact of alleviating skilled labor shortage, but another very important aspect that has been historically looked at from the DAAD is, of course, the lifelong bond that international students form when, well, living in Germany or a different country, and then growing and maintaining this bond when they either go back to their home countries or any other country where they will work and live, or stay in Germany, and that Germany needs to be globally connected in a lot of aspects, culturally, economically, scientifically, of course. In science we need good networks, we need a global connection, and so this lifelong bond has always been something that's very important for Germany, and is even an impact as important as is the economic impact, I would say. And this goes both ways. So Germany does not only promote international students to stay in Germany and work in Germany and then bring their knowledge and bond from Germany into the world, but also bring Germans into the world and not into the world, but send Germans into the world, as we also have an initiative that promotes students from Germany going abroad to study, work, etc.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. So,
if I may, something came to my mind about the impact, which we are facing. It's not debated that much yet, but I think we are going to debate that. We are facing this change in the global political situation. And somehow it came to my mind through the year I was at the ministry that we have to think back probably to the time where there was the Iron Curtain, and to think like what added value could have this internationalization and exchanges with building bridges towards untrusted partners, to have trusted allies there, to have a link, to keep the link with those who we need to communicate. And education was back then used also for that. And we forgot that. For 30 years we didn't need that. But maybe it's time to refresh the idea, to look at the higher education and internationalization also as a potential tool of the soft diplomacy to build new bridges that were burned or are shaken in the world. And that's the important issue which currently does not resonate yet in the area, but we should think about it. We were in the situation behind the Iron Curtain. We were the ones that, and there were connections with the world that our scientists then used when the curtain fell. And that brought those areas of research, those areas of higher education to a rusher and faster connection with the West. So we should keep the links in that way, at least on this level, on this soft level.
Thank you for raising the discussion to this level, and this is definitely food for thought. Yeah. I want to turn to Philip again. So how do you in the Commission work with different stakeholders and international partners to make Europe a more attractive destination of global talent? You already talked about the Team Europe approach a bit, but would you care to elaborate? Maybe?
Yes, maybe just a few more elements on this, thanks. One of the things is, of course, the advantage that we have in having EU delegations across the world, which also play this role in showcasing the role of higher education in Europe. They organize sometimes study fairs themselves. I think that's already one important component. Then we also have networks of the national Erasmus Plus offices in the neighboring countries. And now we have established a network of what we call the Erasmus Plus national focal points in all the countries beyond. which also have this role in promoting the possibilities and opportunities offered by the Erasmus Plus program, but also more broadly showing the added value of higher education in the EU. I don't need to mention our alumni or ambassadors. I mean, we have several alumni networks. I think it's also very important to express their personal experience, as we just heard a moment ago from Royon, showing the benefits and what it has done for their personal story. And then I think also from our level, we are engaged quite strongly in a number of international fora. I could mention the United Nations, where we had the Transforming Education Summit a year ago, or through our collaboration in the context of the educational strengths in G7 and G20, where once again it's also a forum to showcase what you are doing within the EU and the attractiveness of European higher education. And similarly in the context of Bologna, where we have the Global Policy Forum, where we can showcase to countries outside of the European Union what we are doing in terms of higher education area and building a stronger education system in the EU. So there are just a few things. Maybe one last point on this one is we mentioned already the national promotion agencies in the different member states. We also have the national agencies managing Erasmus+. So we see there is scope for more synergies and cooperation between those, because I think to a large extent they work towards the same goals and the same end. And if I can benefit from this occasion, maybe to come back to the points, I think the interesting points raised by Mr. Ritsen. It was very striking what you said in terms of calm seas, because indeed there was a time when we had maybe calm seas in the South Meds and even in the North Sea. Then you had the Brexit storm, and now a storm, quite in many different seas. So the geopolitical context has changed quite dramatically over the last couple of years. But for us, this will be a reason to invest even more in public diplomacy, in outreach, internationalization than before. On the point of credit versus degree mobility, I think for us we see a benefit in both. We have seen how credit mobility has been impacting, how you can reach a much bigger cohort of students, also given the cost of a credit mobility compared to degree mobility. But of course, very good point that we should not underestimate and maybe invest more in degree mobility, as it has maybe more sustainable impact in terms of attracting talent to the EU. And then maybe the last point is, I find it quite interesting, you talked about quality. I think quality is a precondition to have internationalization, but on the other hand, internationalization leads to more quality. So we see it as a virtual vicious circle between quality and internationalization. Thank you.
Thank you for picking up on these things that we have been discussing during this hour. So I have a final question for you, Rajun. So what do you think can be done at the national or European level to ensure greater impacts of programs such as Erasmus Mundus?
Thank you. I would like to talk about 3 points. The first one being international exposure. So it is very important from the student and alumni perspective that such programs, joint degrees or Erasmus Mundus joint programs, they are promoted globally, not just to attract students, but also to different educational institutions, policymakers, and in industry, because we have often seen that when, let's say, if I now talk about all the different stakeholders, for students, we all know, I think in the previous panel that was also discussed, out of the top 5, the top 3 are US, Canada, UK, and Australia. So when students, they think about going for higher education, do they have this option, when they are thinking, when they're making a choice? So of course, people who are going to the Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-speaking countries, they have a long list of pipelines. Their university professors, all their alumni, they have gone there. So they can easily see, okay, this is a path for me to get a higher education. But as European Commission, or maybe, I don't know, we are always trying to do as the association, are we putting the option on the table for them to make a choice? So do they have the information? So that's what I mean by international exposure. when people are making a choice of going abroad for higher education, on one hand, they have these established options. On the other hand, we should give them this joint degree / Erasmus Mundus joint degree options also, so they could think. So it is important that we promote the different aspects, the benefit, the dual degree or joint degree, the uniqueness of such programs. So it's very important. And also, some of the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters programs, they have collaboration with non-European partners also, in China, in Japan, in Brazil. So you should also promote this to non-European educational institutions, so they can come and partner with European educational institutions. So what will happen, students will get mobility not within Europe, maybe in some programs outside of Europe. So that would be very beneficial if you talk, because when we talk about international exposure and global exposure, that would be a true global exposure also. And the second option that I would like to talk about is maintaining or creating and then maintaining a robust alumni network. Because when you are studying such a unique master's program, or any, it could be joint doctorate, joint bachelor, so it is important to have a very good alumni network in place, because it always inspires you to pursue such programs. If you see that people who have studied such unique programs, they are in different sectors, contributing to policy in leadership positions. Just one example I will give. Last year, from EMA, we went to an event in ASEAN, in Jakarta. Nuffic was also part of that. So in that panel discussion, after the panel, two people, one approached me, said, hey, I'm also Erasmus Mundus graduate. I graduated in 2009, another I think in 2011. One of them is now working in ASEAN Secretariat, trying to do something similar like Erasmus Mundus for ASEAN, and another person is working for Your Access ASEAN. So see, when I saw them, it's, wow, nice. You studied, I think, 10 years ago, and then now you are contributing to your region. So that is also very inspiring. So it's very important to create and maintain such alumni networks at both national level. If it's a national program, let's say if 2-3 countries come together and then they've made this program, or at the commission level where they're already supporting heavily for maintaining these networks. And another thing that I would like to add is just focusing on international third country students, the visa aspect. In this joint degree is very unique, not very known, right? So let's say I have a speaker on my left from Germany, just a hypothetical example, a student, I don't know, country X out of Europe, maybe let's say Africa, got an admission letter in University of Berlin. Very straightforward, submits all the documentation, gets visa, comes to Europe. For joint degrees, it sometimes can be very difficult. Where do you submit? Of course, the first country, okay, let's say the Embassy of Germany in country X in Africa. They receive a document, this student, first semester Germany, second semester France, third semester Italy, okay, fourth semester anywhere, internship semester anywhere. So they become confused, say, is this even a real study program or this is fake? So they often would delay the visa process because they need verification, because they have never heard of such degree programs, degree mobility, where people would study 3-4 countries, 3-4 universities. So it's also important at national level to have policies that, okay, we have conventional study program, and in addition, sometimes there could be joint degree programs where international students can come to study in multiple countries, and our country could be one of them. So these are the 3 aspects that maybe could be given higher focus, the perspective of students and alumni. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect, and I think we're taking notes of your good points here. I think we have we're a bit over time, but I think we have time for a question from the audience, if there is anyone. Yes, please. Do you want?
Just a question to Philippe, but maybe to more people in the panel. In the midterm evaluation of the Flemish universities of applied sciences, one of the suggestions is that we should also have an Erasmus Mundus bachelor program, because it's a very strong tool to build strong connections, especially towards the university alliances. Do you think, I hear you have the scholarship program, I hear you advocate for these joint degrees. Do you think this is something that will be considered in the next program, or what are the thoughts?
That goes to you, I think,
yes,
yeah.
no, I think it's a very interesting question. I must say I was very impressed by the results that Frédéric was presenting with the gaming bachelor, where you are successful in attracting so many non-Belgian students. So from our point of view, it's clearly on our mind. The only condition, not hiding this, is the cost of degree mobility is very high. So on average, we are talking about around 50,000 euros for a student, given that it's not 6 months, but 2-3 years. So budget permitting is certainly something that we would consider and encourage, but there can be no final decision at this point. But it's very good that you mentioned this once again, because it's clearly on our radar, and we'll have to reflect to see what is possible. Thanks.
It was very concrete. Thank you. Is there any last question? Okay, so I think we're ready to wrap up. So thank you very much for the panelists and good answers and inputs. And thank you for the questions.
Thank you very much, Lene. Thank you, panelists. I'm Veronica from Academic Cooperation Association. I'm grabbing the mic very quickly to build a bridge to the next block of our program for today. So we have discussed in the morning the international degree mobility, and in the second part of the program, we will be very much focusing on the European and international credit mobility and the multifaceted impacts of this type of mobility. So I would like to introduce our next speaker. It's a keynote speaker for today, and this is Giorgio Di Pietro. He's already with us. Giorgio is the senior researcher from GRC, and he's specifically focusing on the very multiple positive and probably negative as well effects of student mobility. So the floor is yours, Giorgio. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Veronica. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's always nice to be here in Brussels and to discuss issues around international student mobility. My name is Giorgio Di Pietro. I work for the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. My research interest lies in the area of education economics. Over the last 15 years or so, I've done quite a lot of work, as you will see, on the area of factors related to participation in study abroad programs and on the effects of participation in study abroad programs. And today I will try to review evidence related only to credit, international credit mobility. So this occurs when students temporarily study abroad, and the academic credit they gain while they are abroad, they are recognized by their home institution when they return. Okay, so the starting point is what has been already said before, that in the last years there has been an increase in the numbers of students on international credit mobility. Here I try to represent the increase over time for a European student and US student. As regards European student, I focus my attention on Erasmus Plus students. The number of participants in this program has increased from about 160,000 in the academic year 2007-2008 to about 250,000 in the academic year 2019 and 20. And so at least before COVID, there has been an increase in credit mobility numbers. And a similar positive trend has been observed also for US student, which is the red bar. Now, the two statistics cannot be entirely compared, because while for the US student I capture all study abroad students, for Europe I only capture the Erasmus+, and Erasmus+ is the main channel through which European students temporarily study abroad, but obviously is not the only channel. So, as we have seen, there is an increase in popularity of study abroad programs, and this has also been accompanied by more resources allocated to this program. For instance, for the period 2021-2027, the resource allocated to Erasmus+ has almost doubled compared to the previous period, 2016-2021. So the natural question would be, there is still a lot of debates on what students actually gain from studying abroad. Therefore, the natural question would be, what are the benefits of studying abroad? Is it really worth encouraging more and more students to study abroad? And this was also the question raised at the beginning. Well, in order to answer this question, it is really important to try to critically review and summarize the literature about the effect of studying abroad. And actually, I have kind of contributed, as you will see, to this literature. And also, I am a member of the European Commission Inter-Service Group on the evaluation of the Erasmus+, so I do follow advances in this literature. Since I really didn't want to kind of bother you too much, what I decided to do is to try to highlight what I believe are the main takeaway message emerging from this literature. So in the remainder of this presentation, I will be giving you this 6 takeaway message. The first takeaway message is that correctly identifying, correctly measuring the effect of studying abroad, it is extremely difficult from a statistical point of view. Okay? In fact, the majority of existing studies looking at the effect of studying abroad do not adopt the correct methodologies that are required in order to isolate the effect of interest. Okay? So this is very important because the first thing that one needs to do is to try to filter out from this literature those studies that correctly employ methodologies that allow to properly evaluate the effect of studying abroad. Because results that do not adopt this methodology, their result can be questioned and are not reliable. The idea is that participants in study abroad program and non-participants, they differ along several important characteristics, for instance, academic ability, socioeconomic background. So it is very difficult to assess whether post-education outcomes are due to the participation in the program or to pre-existing differences. Okay? So I just want to a little bit go deeper into this area because I think this is very important. So imagine that you want to study the effect of participation in study abroad program during university study on post-graduation wages. Okay? Well, the idea is that individual characteristics driving the decision to study abroad, they also are related to future earnings. Well, these individual characteristics can be divided in 2 broad categories that are observable characteristics, academic ability, gender, socioeconomic background, but also what in economics we call unobservable, that are characteristics that are difficult to measure. Motivation, open-mindedness, drive, okay? So a good paper evaluating the effect of studying abroad should account for selection on observable characteristics and selection on unobservable characteristics. For instance, regarding observable characteristics, it is well known that students with higher academic ability, students from more advanced backgrounds, are more likely to study abroad, but these characteristics, independent of the study abroad experience, are related to future earnings. So it is very important to disentangle, to isolate the effect of studying abroad from the effect of these characteristics that are behind the decision to study abroad. The same logic, but even more difficult, apply for selection and observable characteristics, okay? Because these are characteristics that are difficult to measure, for which data are more difficult to collect. So, for instance, students with more motivation, with a higher drive, more open-minded, are more likely to participate in study abroad programs, but these characteristics also are related to their future success. Now, the message that I want to convey here is that although these characteristics are difficult to collect, etc., there are econometric statistical methodologies that allow them to take these characteristics into account. For instance, this methodology, probably you are not aware of this, but regression discontinuity, difference, instrumental variable. What is important to say is that in the remainder of this presentation, all the studies that I will be presenting the result, they use these methodologies. For me, therefore, are reliable, the results. Okay, the second takeaway message is that it is extremely difficult to carry out a comprehensive evaluation of the effect of studying abroad. Why? For two reasons. First of all, because there are many outcomes on which study abroad may have an effect. No? Today here I've really learned many different outcomes. We were talking this morning about lifelong learning. But there are many, many outcomes that you can think of. So it's very difficult to come up with a complete list. Second, some of these outcomes can be easily measured. Okay, think about probability of being employed following graduation, foreign language proficiency, type of occupation, probability of working abroad. Okay, these are all very important outcomes that have been associated with studying abroad. But other outcomes are much more difficult to measure. Think about, for instance, global citizenship. Okay, what is included in global citizenship? How do we measure that? Okay, well, regarding this, the effect of studying abroad on difficult to measure outcome, I have recently worked on this issue, and I want to briefly mention the work I've been doing. Okay, the idea is that studying abroad makes students global citizens. Okay. By studying abroad and living abroad, students are likely to broaden their horizon, their perspective, and are increasingly thinking about global issue. Now, for sure, a global issue is climate change. Okay? One can argue that by studying abroad, living abroad, students become aware that we all live on the same world, that we have a collective responsibility to tackle global issues like climate change. Well, in a recent study that hopefully will come out next year using Eurobarometer data, what I've shown is that an international education mobility has a modest but positive and statistically significant impact on environmental concern. The idea is that by studying abroad, students become more environmentally conscious. Okay? This is just an example of one of the outcomes that is embedded in the concept of global citizenship. But for sure, there are many others, and there are more work to be done along those lines. Takeaway message 3, which I think is also very important. The effect of studying abroad are heterogeneous. What it means? It means that they do vary according to some factors. Okay? You can think about this factor as being program characteristics, for instance, the duration of the study abroad program, participants' characteristics, gender, socioeconomic background, subject of study, but they also vary according to the student country of origin and also to the student country of destination. And again, to further develop this issue, what I've done is to highlight some important heterogeneous facts. The first one that I want to highlight is the fact that there is a lot of evidence showing that students from less advantaged backgrounds are the ones benefiting more from studying abroad. And I think this is a very important message because on the one hand, there is evidence showing that students from less advantaged backgrounds are less likely to study abroad. But on the other hand, these are the ones that actually benefit most from this experience, okay? The idea is that studying abroad gives students from less advantaged backgrounds the possibility to acquire relevant skills, intercultural competence, foreign language proficiency, that otherwise they would not been able to develop, simply because they tend to be less exposed to international environments compared to students from more advantaged backgrounds. And this idea is actually supported by several studies, academic studies. For instance, a study that I did in 2015, a study, this is using Italian graduates, a study by Weibel and at 2018 that is using German graduates, and Sorrenti in 2017 in a paper published in Economics of Education Review shows that proficiency gains in terms of foreign language proficiency are higher, especially from students from lower socioeconomic status. Okay? Also, program characteristics are relevant. In a paper that I published last year, I showed that there is a positive relationship between the duration of the study abroad period and earnings. So the longer students stay abroad, and the higher it would be the advantage in terms of wage premium. But also, returns to studying abroad vary according to the country of destination. Okay? For instance, this is a paper by Lewiski that shows that in Poland, being fluent in Italian, French, or Italian, French, or Spanish pays off more compared to being fluent in German or in English. Why? Because probably in Poland, there are more people that are able to speak English and German, but less that are able to speak Italian, French, and Spanish. So students who actually studied abroad in France, in Italy, and in Spain are likely to gain more when they enter into the labor market by speaking these languages. The fourth takeaway message is that while there are many single country studies examining the effect of studying abroad, okay, there is a lack of relevant cross-country studies. And this is also something that has been said before. While, well, the main explanation is because there is a lack of international harmonized data containing relevant information that are able to that allow researchers to evaluate the effect of studying abroad. Okay? Well, what I wanted to say here is that actually there is an econometric technique that is able to overcome this problem. That is meta-analysis. And actually, it happened that last year I published a paper that in a journal that called is Journal of Economic Survey that is pioneering study applying meta-analysis technique to the effect of studying abroad. In this paper, what I do is that I study the effect of studying abroad on post-graduation wages. Okay, what meta-analysis technique they do is that they combine together the results of independent study addressing the same issue, but their conclusion is much stronger compared to single country studies because the results from meta-analysis technique are less subject to bias coming from single studies or the uncertainty related to a single study. Because here I'm looking, in this case, I've looked at 166 estimates of the wage effect of studying abroad, coming from 17 studies, covering 19 different countries. So in this way, what I was able to do is to try to come up with an overall average effect of the effect of studying abroad on wages. And my result is that studying abroad has a positive effect on post-graduation wages, because students acquire a number of skills that are actually are relevant when they enter into the labor market, but the effect is quite modest, because it goes between 2 and 5%. And this is a rough idea about how meta-analysis work. Now imagine that this is the wage effect of studying abroad coming from one study. Okay, this is the confidence interval, and this is the point estimate. What you do is this technique allow you to come up with what it is an average effect. Okay, obviously, you know, it is a little bit more complicated, but this is an intuition. Okay, the fifth takeaway message is that although it's difficult to compare different labor market outcomes, the evidence shows that studying abroad has a stronger effect on employment prospect compared to earnings potential. What does it mean? It means that studying abroad does significantly help, according to the literature, students in getting a job once they finish university, but conditional on employment, it does not really boost their earnings. Okay? This is basically the idea. And to support what I just said, I basically have tried to summarize the results of 4 studies. 2 of these studies, the one at the top, they look at the effect of studying abroad on wages. And the 2 at the bottom, they look at the effect of studying abroad on the probability of being in employment after graduation. As you can see, the study by Rodriguez and Asankulov and Thomas, they shows that participation in study abroad during university study has a positive but modest effect on post-graduation wages. Rodriguez found that the wage premium is 3%, so it means that international mobile graduates have a 3% higher earnings than their non-mobile part, while a similar effect has been estimated for German female graduates for Germany, because it is between 3 and 4%. On the other hand, a study that I did in 2015 and a more recent study by Irondo 2019 shows that studying abroad has quite a significant impact on employability. Okay? So for instance, in this study that I published in Education Finance Policy, I shows that Italian graduates who studied abroad are 23 percentage points more likely to be in employment relative to their non-international mobile. Okay? A slightly smaller effect, but still relevant, is found by Irondo, that looks at Spain, and he finds that former Erasmus students are about 10.6%, have a 10.6% higher probability of having a job compared to their non-mobile counterparts. Okay? In my study, I focus on all study abroad participants, and in this study, Irondo only looks at former Erasmus participants. So this brings me to my 6th message, that is something that actually has not been mentioned, or to the best of my knowledge, before. That is something that, although is quite obvious, that is participation in study abroad programs is especially beneficial to people who want to pursue an international career. Okay? Some students, they, even before going to study abroad, already know that they want to have an international career, and therefore they use participation in study abroad programs as something that will help them to pursue their objective, because it is something that is valued also by employers. But what is interesting is that there is evidence showing that other students that before going abroad, they don't have the intention to pursue an international career, actually change their mind following this experience. Okay? And again, to show you some evidence about this, there are several studies showing that former participants in study abroad programs are more likely to be employed in multinational companies. And here one can think about the results from the VLUHR survey showing that former Erasmus students are more likely to be employed by international organizations or international companies, are more likely to carry out job tasks that have a significant international component, are more likely to be sent abroad on work assignment, are more likely to speak a foreign language in their professional situation, are more likely to travel on business, are more likely to use in their work information about other countries. But then also, there is a lot of evidence showing that there is a link between short-term student mobility and long-term labor mobility. Because the idea is that those people who studied abroad are more likely, compared to their non-international mobile peers, are more likely to work abroad, okay? And here I did a study about 12 years ago, that has been published in Economics Letter, showing that studying abroad increased the likelihood of working abroad between 18 and 24 percentage points, okay? And a similar result has been obtained by Paré and Waltinger, but they use data on German graduates. And the result is that participation in the Erasmus program increased an individual's probability of working in a foreign country by about 15 percentage points. There are many channels through which participation in study abroad programs may influence later long-term international mobility, no? Because obviously the fact that you are fluent in a different language gives you a wider job search radius, because you can search for a job not only in your home domestic labor market but also abroad. Plus, probably you have a network of foreign friends that you've met when you studied abroad, and this may help you to find a job. You are more likely, being abroad for a number of months, more likely to have contact with potential foreign employers. And also, interestingly, this is also a paper done by Christophe Van Mol, a lot of people, they actually, after graduation, former Erasmus student, they decide to migrate abroad to meet with the partner that they've met while they were studying abroad. So this kind of justify the results found here. My last remark, I hope I was okay in terms of time, is that all the studies that I have quoted, and for which you can email if you want more details about, there is no problem. There is a lot of work in terms of data technique that have been employed. But the results are much more credible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. It was a very, very enlightening presentation for all of us. It also sets a very, very nice scene for the next panel that we are going to have after the lunch, moderated by Wim Gabriels from ESN. We can take now questions from the audience, and I see Keith already has a question, and Wim, so we have lots of interest. I'm going to run around with the mic now, so
Thank you, Kees Kouwenaar. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I don't know if I'm the only one. I feel like you brought me into a candy store. So many goodies that I find it difficult to choose. Maybe 3 very short points. One, with the characteristics that do predict more impact, you did not mention guidance, post-departure, or guidance during. Was that because there is no impact or because there was simply no data? Second, the very modest impact on wage. is that short-term or long-term? Because a small advantage of 2 to 5% might end up with a lifetime employment gains difference that is much higher. And 3, the higher chances, is that also maybe because this is a group that distinguishes itself by doing something else? So would the effect disappear if not 25, but 50 or 75 of the population, % of the population would become international?
Is probably a relevant factor, but there are simply no data there, so it cannot be really captured. But if more data becomes available, obviously, this would be one of the first factors to consider. The second question is totally correct. When I prepared the presentation, I've actually, omitted a few elements because otherwise it would have taken not 20 minutes, but 1 hour. But you are right. In the sense, what is the idea? The idea is that, for instance, one thing that I didn't say are I do have a presentation about this, but it's an entire presentation. The channels through which studying abroad may influence subsequent labor market outcomes. No? Some of the channels are human capital, but another one is, for instance, the signaling effect, no? Especially for recent graduates that they don't have a lot of past working history. The signal that they give by saying, look, I've studied abroad is quite important. And obviously, you would expect the signaling effect to fade away over time. So you are totally right. If you want to elaborate on this, the 2 studies that I've quoted about the effect of studying abroad on employability are my study, that 23% graduates who study abroad are 23 percentage points more likely to be in employment, and the Rondo study, the corresponding figure is 10.6. My study, I measured the effect 3 years after graduation, and the Rondo study 6 years after graduation. So is exactly what could be going on is exactly this one. About your last point is a very good one, okay, because it has to do with the interaction between demand and supply of skills, no? So on the one hand, if there are more people studying abroad, let's say the supply of these people increases, and if the demand stays flat or doesn't increase, obviously the premium associated with studying abroad decreases. But I've not done any research on this topic, although it's interesting. I don't think this is happening, simply because the demand is actually growing faster than the supply. This is the evidence, at least, that I gather from the literature. But in my presentation, I very much focused on micro individual factors. The one that you mentioned, which is totally correct and very relevant, is that macro level.
Sorry, thanks a lot for your very interesting presentation and for the very solid research that underpins it. Maybe just on the very last point, so if I understand you correctly, as the demand for those kind of skills is increasing more quickly than the supply, you would expect that the premium would even increase over time? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
And then maybe just another question. We are talking about international credit mobility. We have seen 2 tendencies over the last couple of years. More and more students go abroad, not to study, but do a traineeship during their studies abroad. And secondly, we're also encouraging students to go further afield, not only to be mobile within the European Union, but go to countries, for example, Asia, Latin America, or US, Canada. Do you have any indication, or does your research allow you to make any assumptions that traineeships is different from studying abroad, or that further afield is more beneficial than staying in Europe? Thank you.
Okay. I'm actually, writing a paper on this, about the effect of doing a traineeship abroad, okay? So I cannot quote the result of my paper. but I can certainly quote the results of other study, and if you are interested, I can send you all this paper. But there are studies showing that doing a traineeship abroad is associated with larger wage gains compared to study abroad. There are papers who say that actually, if you think about the time students get the job following from the end of their study, people who have done a traineeship abroad find the job quicker than students who have studied abroad. And there are even papers showing that employers, they do place more value on having done an internship abroad compared to a study abroad period. I've not done any of these papers, but I'm kind of very happy to share this with you. Yes, you're totally right. Sorry, I forgot. To be honest with you, I'm not aware of any paper about this. Actually, I was talking to one of your colleagues before. I think the main reason for this is, at least to the best of my knowledge, the lack of relevant data, in the sense that to be able to do so, you need to also have information about the student country of destination, in addition to the start country of region. In addition, you have to merge this data with relevant information on the labor market status once they finish, okay? Normally, the survey that I've mentioned that I've used in my study or been used by the study, they only have a question whether you have been abroad during your study or not. And we use answer to this question. But they don't really give you more information about, you know, how long have you been abroad for, what country have you visited, etc., etc. If we had such data, what you said, there are studies, and actually I've done a couple of them, they actually looking at the determinants of participation in study abroad programs and whether students prefer to go outside the EU or within the EU. These there are.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I actually have two questions. The first one is related to the percentages that in the gains that you were mentioning, and at what stage were they measured? Because I think that was also what Kees was asking, was because over time that might actually become a larger gap, because there are studies that showcase that if you start at a certain level, your career progression kind of levels out higher over time. So I don't know if you have connections to that. And then the second question is more related to the determination of mobility, because at least from our internal surveys, and they're more, let's say, experience-based, so they're not scientific studies, we see that students say that they have actually decided to study abroad before they start kind of their degree or at the beginning of their degree. So you were mentioning, okay, they are making a certain decision to study abroad, and then because they are interested in working abroad. What we see is that, at least that the indication that we get is that students actually know this when they start their higher education process. So maybe the reflection can also be that people are understanding more that they need to have a global perspective if they want to be employable later on after their degrees. I don't know if you have reflections on that.
Okay, yeah. On the first question, yes. I mean, there are a few studies that I can give you. It comes to my mind, one for Germany and one for the Netherlands, where they actually try to evaluate how the labor market advantage associated with studying abroad changes with the passing of time. No? But to be able to do so, what you need are longitudinal data and not cross-sectional data, in the sense that you need to observe individuals at a number of points over time after their career. And actually, a lot of graduate survey, they only have got a cross-sectional element, so they are simply a snapshot, okay? But there are actually, if you want, comes to my mind, there is a paper by Nikolai Netz and Kratz that actually looks at the extent to which students who have gone abroad experience a steeper wage increase over time compared to students who have not studied abroad, and the results are actually positive. Regarding your second question, there is a literature stating how studying abroad is a transformative experience for students. thanks to this, they are able not only to broaden their horizon perspective, but also to change their career goals. And here it comes to my mind a paper by Amit, published in Journal of Vocational Behavior in 2015. And this is very much, what I was saying is very much related to this, the idea that actually some people have got clear idea about what they want to do even before going abroad, but there is a strong element that actually, being abroad induces a lot of changes for students' subsequent life, including a change in their career goal.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting presentation. Especially I would like to comment on what you called it, the unmeasurables. I think these issues are totally underestimated still in the discussion, so many thanks for that. Would also come back to the colleague from HO-West from the former panel and his programs. We have very similar experience with some of our programs. Our most successful program at the moment is a bachelor in, we call it creative computing, also taught fully in English. And just one aspect in this is we attract much more female students in this program, up to 50% female students in an international program. Of course, not only because of the international aspects, there are several issues, so this is measurable. As I told about this, for instance, boot camp in the Austrian Alps, we did interviews with all this, I think about 25 participating students there, and we got answers like they said this was a life-changing experience. And one of the group founded their startup, CoLab, after this and so on. So there are things. I fully agree they are unmeasurable on the quantitative side. So I'm also reminded in this stage, we discussed a lot about how to measure the impact of universities' third mission. I think it's a very similar discussion. And don't you think we need to work more on these, let's say, qualitative approaches or narrative by numbers or whatever you count it, to really also focus on these, what you call unmeasurables, and really bring this more on the top, because I think these issues really count also in terms of internationalization.
No, I couldn't agree more. This was one of the points of my presentation. You are totally right. I think the reason why not so much research has been done on this is due to the difficulty of doing this kind of research, in the sense that you need to have data coming from particular data set that are not very easy to find, okay? In fact, I'm quite happy about the recent work that I've done trying to actually pin down what is the concept of global citizenship and trying to measure it. No? But global citizenship is certainly much more than just climate change. No? There are many other issues that, also digital transition, technology, and et cetera. Or I was thinking before, this morning we had a presentation, a panel where actually one of the speakers was saying that according to HK-dir, there is a strong link between lifelong learning and studying abroad. The study abroad, you understand the value of continued learning over time. It would be, I would very much welcome the opportunity to do some work on this link, no? But you need to have a survey where you have information about university study, including whether they studied abroad or not, and then some information about, lifelong learning activities, formal and non-formal learning. It comes to my mind, for instance, the European Adult Education Survey, that they have this kind of information, but the European Adult Education Survey does not have information of studying abroad. So you see, you cannot link the two. So you really need to have a survey where all the relevant elements are included. And this is the difficulty.
I have maybe a final question related again to the employment prospects, because you've commented already how much it matters when this is measured, but also that it changes over time. I was wondering, do you think there are differences in the employment prospects in different countries? Or to put it differently, that yes, the employment prospects could be boosted more in some countries than in others, either because participation in study abroad is less common, and then thus the students that do participate have more of a competitive advantage. And maybe a bit related to that, because all of us here in the room, I think, are mobility advocates, and we have now a new target at the European level, this participation in 25% of graduates with a mobility experience. Is there a risk that if more and more students graduate with this experience, the extent to which this experience will help them actually on the labor market will decrease simply because there will be more students that have the same advantage the employers need to choose from?
Probably it is going the way you are telling us. The issues, again, this is a very relevant question, but at macro level, not micro, because you would need to actually, like going back to the first question, you would need to evaluate what is the demand for skills that you mainly acquire when you are abroad, and what is the supply within each country to be able to say, you know, what is the situation in each country. And then there is, I think, very much related to this, the fact that, graduates are becoming more and more mobile. So it is much more common than before that graduates decide to work in a different country from the one they got their first degree. And this obviously, adds to the problem, because not only you have to consider the interaction between demand and supply at country level, but also at global level. And this brings to the issue of the brain drain.
Thank you very much for this very lively discussion. I feel like we all need to go back and revisit our methodologies for the impact studies to include observables and unobservables. Colleagues, we can continue this discussion during the lunch break. So unfortunately, it will be a little bit shorter because we have used up some of the time also destined for the lunch. We will come back for the next very exciting panel with excellent speakers today at 2 o'clock. And in the meantime, bon appetit. The food is served outside this room. Thank you.
Thank you for it. Nice to hear that.
I think the main message, yes, it's difficult, but it can be done much more than we're doing.
Yeah,
solid reason.
Yeah.
And I think you're immeasurable. My point is, I think that you show statistically significant correlation between study abroad and what happens afterwards. Not so much how those graduates are different, because those are so. I'd like to be in touch with you because we are working with the tool to make these soft skills not measurable because they are social constructs, but more intersubjectively accessible.
Yeah,
I mean, I would like to.
No,
to
definitely. There is one point about this. This econometric technique that I was mentioning. Yes. Okay, what they do is that they account for the factor or the different
Nee, die Amanda ist eine gute Kollegin, auf jeden Fall. Ja, wir haben viel Kontakt.
Colleagues, may I please ask everyone to take their seat? We will be slowly proceeding with the second part of our event today. Yes, I see that people are still grabbing the coffee. Right, welcome back to the part 2 of this very interesting event. We continue discussing the multifaceted impact of international and European credit mobility. And I'm very pleased to introduce Wim Gabriels, who is the director of Erasmus Student Network, and he will be moderating this very interesting panel this afternoon. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Veronica. So as Veronica mentioned, now we're going to talk a little bit more about international credit mobility and how this impacts and the impact that it has. So according to the recently released Education and Training Monitor, we see that roughly 13% have or graduate with an international study mobility experience, out of which around 9% are credit mobilities and 4.3 are degree mobilities. So we talked in the morning a lot on degree mobilities, but it is also interesting to take a moment and reflect on what is the impact and the role credit mobility plays in these mechanisms. We had a very interesting introduction before the lunch, so I hope you have retained all of the information Giorgio mentioned in his introductions as well. So there might be different reflections that we will be making that are very similar to what were said earlier in the elements related to degree mobility, but there might also be components, and I think it would be interesting to look at this distinction between what is similar between, international credit mobility and degree mobility, but what are also differences that we have experienced. And in order to do that, we have a very interesting panel that will be joining us here today. So we have Vito from the European Commission, the Erasmus Plus team leader from DG EAC, who will give us more of a European perspective on this. Then we are joined here by Ana Cassina from Portugal, the director of the Erasmus Plus national agency in Portugal, who will give us more of a background on the mobility flows in Portugal and out of Portugal, being a very popular Erasmus destination with more than 55,000 Erasmus mobilities according to the latest numbers that I pulled from the Erasmus Plus annual report. So interesting to see how that relates to the impact that they are perceiving, as well as Martin from the Austrian National Agency, who will give also the Austrian perspective and also maybe some data that they have collected on the impact that it has on the national scale. And then, of course, we also have Lauren, who will give more of a different perspective with another mobility program that is stepping outside of the Erasmus Plus bubble and allowing us to look at how this is, what things are relatable for the Swiss context as well. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Vito, who can give us, maybe set the scene on a European level with trends that you have noticed in the Erasmus credit mobility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wim, and good afternoon, everybody. As Wim said, I was asked to set the scene about the situation in higher education and credit mobility in the framework of the European most famous program that is Erasmus+. And I think that this meeting takes place in a very propitious moment, because only last week we had the 6th European Education Summit, where we presented the 2022 edition of the Erasmus Plus annual report. So we have very fresh data. I can start with some figures, very hard facts. Erasmus Plus has been supporting, during 2022, some 26,000 projects, benefiting over 73,000 organizations. and it has provided learning mobility opportunities to more than 1.2 million students, learners, professors, teachers, trainers, youth workers, and young people. So, well, it's useless for me to recall that Erasmus has a plus just because now it has very much broadened its scope of activities. So it's not only education, it's not only higher education that it used to be in the past, but now we have a lot of different target groups. And the report shows that the program continues to grow. You know that the budget of the current edition of the program, 2021-2027, is of around 26 billion euros, which is nearly the double of the previous multi-annual financial framework, where it was around 16 billion. And this new edition has placed a strong focus on social inclusion in the first place. And just to give a very typical example of how we do it is through the top-ups that we give to students with fewer opportunities, whether they are economic or disability or any other type of obstacles that prevents them from moving. So social inclusion is certainly the top priority together, however, with other priorities, which are also the overarching priorities of this European Commission, which are the green and digital transitions, and also the promotion of participation in democratic life. Again, also for the green and digital, we have established a mechanism within the Erasmus Plus programs to foster the respect of certain principles that are strongly supported by the European Commission. So we give top-ups for the green travels, we give incentives for the also usage of the digital means in order to carry out new typologies also of mobility, like the blended mobilities. We have blended intensive programs which are very popular and are used more and more by many higher education institutions, with a very great interest for participants who can also, in a way, find a response to their need for less physical mobility because of any specific reasons, families, but also work. Many researchers cannot move for long periods. So this is a very good way to meet the needs of all participants in the program. I will stop here because I know that this was just an introductory intervention.
Great. Thank you very much, Vito, for setting the scene on a European scale. Martin, in Austria, what are the that you have?
Good afternoon, and thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, it's very good. I can continue with that what Vito has said, because the first trend I would like to mention is this really very positive feedback to the blended intensive programs. We have an increase of more than 50% per year. We started with 40, now we have nearly 100 per call, and the feedback from the universities, from the higher education institutions, is that it is really a very good opportunity for participants with few opportunities. As Vito has mentioned, the families, but also students who have to work. And it was mentioned today in the morning, in many of our countries we have there's a lack of workforce, and in some fields, for example, in teacher education or in the STEM subjects, students work during their university career, and they no longer have time to go to mobility, but then the short-term programs, for example, PIPs, are a very good opportunity. A second trend is that after the pandemic, we see that mobility is quite normal again. Also in the international credit mobility worldwide, because of course there were deeper impacts. But we have a new field of discussion from both sides, and it's the reason is the multiple crises in our world, because we hear on the one hand side, we hear from the universities that some students are more cautious not to go to specific countries, to specific regions. But on the other side, we are also contacted by students. They inform us they would like to go to this country, but the higher education institution says it's too dangerous. We will not allow the students to go there. And I think this is much more, this feedback, compared to 5 years. And I think this will become a very important topic in the next years, because I fear the crisis will still be there. But yes, how to solve this problem in the mobility? And maybe a third trend, of course, is that that green mobility is a very important topic. But not only the means of transport, how to go to the destinations, but also it's important for the students what offers has the host institution. Is there public transport? Are there bikes available, for example, for the daily trips and so on? This is also an important topic. And a last point I would like to mention at the beginning, I have already mentioned these cases with teacher education, with STEM subjects. We have heard in the morning that international mobility is a very important point, very important issue if you would like to make an international career, etc. But I think we have to think about how we also motivate students of areas where you don't need international mobility for your career to become mobile. Because, for example, we are really talking very often about this topic, also with our ministry, that. For teacher education, it's very important. The pupils, the teachers have multicultural classrooms, but you don't need it for your career to go to a foreign country. And I think that I would like to mention this topic.
Thank you very much. Christina, how is it in Portugal?
First of all, I'd like to thank you so much for this invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here and to be able to participate in such an interesting event. Not working? What I would like to mention is that the Erasmus program, it's really a very important program in Portugal. Portugal, as you all know, it's not a rich country. And so this is the best way for the students to have a period abroad. That's why we don't have so many students studying for a full degree abroad. Well, some, but not huge numbers. So the Erasmus program, it's the biggest opportunity, and well, I think we have one of the highest percentage of students using the program during the university studies, considering, of course, the number of students at the higher education system. We also put a lot of expectations on the European universities project. Most of the Portuguese higher education institutions, at least the more comprehensive ones, are in the alliances processes. And we also have a lot of expectations about the mobility within the alliances, which have been already tackled in the morning. So then I would say that the figures are okay in Portugal, but my biggest concern as a director of the national agency is to get sure that all the students in higher education institutions get to know that actually the program can be for them. Because of everything Vito already mentioned, all the opportunities which are now on the table for people with not so good or not so favored backgrounds, also people who cannot actually spend a full semester abroad for various reasons. And I'm not so sure that everyone knows about these new opportunities.
All right. Thank you for sharing the Portuguese scenarios and factors. Lauren, when it comes to the Swiss case, do you see similarities to what the colleagues have mentioned about Erasmus Plus, or maybe differences?
Thank you, Wim. Definitely similarities in many ways. I'll come to that. But let me first also thank you for bringing in the outside perspective, as you mentioned. Since 2014, we're not in the Erasmus program anymore. But I'm also happy to say that I think this, while I appreciate bringing in the outside perspective and that is helpful, I think and I hope that in a few years I will not be able to do so anymore. When Switzerland will be back in the program, there were some good news and we're all happy all around. But of course, it's still a long process with many hurdles to get through. But that's the positive starting point. Now, what is the policy context and also a bit the different political debates on credit mobility in Switzerland? I think what is clear, and there are many examples for it, is that the political support is in favor of learning mobility, credit mobility is very strong from almost all sides. Of course, from students, universities, but also from politicians. It's one example is since 2017, there is a strategy in place that is supported by the federal government and all the cantons, so there's 26 regions of Switzerland. And in that strategy for learning mobility, it is clearly stated that the ambition for Switzerland is that every person, as part of their education, does one international learning experience. So, of course, most of this would be in higher education, but it includes all sectors. So everybody, the ambition really is that everybody, whether it's in a school exchange, higher education, staff mobility, a youth exchange, has this experience once in their life. So that is a strategy, a vision that all of Switzerland works towards and aspires to. Of course, it's very ambitious, you can say, but it gives you the idea that everybody, more rural, more urban regions, all sectors of the political spectrum support this. The second ambition, of course, is the target. It was already mentioned before. In Switzerland, we have still the 20% mobility target that comes from Bologna also. Maybe, who knows, we'll be inspired by the 25% target of Europe on the move. Because in Switzerland, it was also mentioned, I think, by Michael this morning from Slovakia. We also do it in a very similar way in Switzerland. We look a bit what is the EU doing, and then 2-3 years down the line, we take the best things. In this case, I can imagine that the mobility target will also be very inspired by, especially the inclusion target, I have to say. But again, that's a longer process. And then, of course, it is not without criticism sometimes. There are, especially the right-wing parties, I think in many contexts, such as yourselves, you have similar experience, are not so favorable for European learning mobility. But what I find very funny to remark also when I hear them speak is that they are incredibly in favor of national learning mobility. So of course in Switzerland we have different language regions, so even the very right-wing politicians, they are the first ones to support students or pupils. In Switzerland, for example, we have a program for students who are becoming teachers, that they can study in other parts of the country, and they are the first ones to support. As soon as it's across the national borders, suddenly not so much, which I find quite ironic, because the effect, and we're talking about the impact, is of course in a very similar spectrum. And I think the last thing I want to say on this is really that the mobility across the borders in all the parts of Switzerland is a lived reality for most people, whether it's in the learning aspect, but also just in the daily life. So we are in the heart of Europe, and all these relationships and exchanges across the borders are simply a reality, and therefore the learning mobility is just one element that fits well into that. Maybe I can also conclude because of some figures. So you know this. Also, we have, according to a study that we done last year, we have 15.7% learning mobility in Switzerland. We can talk again about the different methodologies and what is exactly included. I'm happy to elaborate on that later on if you're interested. But basically, that shows you also that the Swiss program that we have set up, which is basically a replacement scheme that copy-pastes roughly the key action 1, works well. But of course, we still want to be part of Erasmus because we have even higher ambitions and want to do even more in a European context. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Lauren, for that. When I look at all of the things that have been mentioned, I think we see that indeed participation and diversity, making sure that the programs are inclusive and that everybody is aware of these opportunities is still at the forefront, making sure that we have enough mechanisms in place to answer to the different needs from the different countries, whether it is related to fewer opportunities, students with fewer opportunities, but also the component of unlocking also students perhaps or communities in rural areas where there's not as much internationalization taking place and making sure that they also see the benefits of that. And then another component was also connected to if we are making their program more international, how do we deal with the emerging crises that we are then automatically exposing ourselves more to in terms of student support and student flows, which is an important component to keep in mind. And then also, of course, the link to the political realities that we operate in, such as Lauren mentioned, with the different backgrounds of who is in power, and that we, at the end of the day, operate in an educational sector that is influenced by the governance as well. Then moving more towards the impact mechanism, we heard earlier today the different impacts that students have gained. We very often look at it from when we were doing research recently, we kind of identified 4 different gains that students have identified through all of the different benefits. We heard a lot earlier today about the employability and everything related to professional development. Connected to that, there's also individual personal development and soft skills that people have identified. But then otherwise, there's also elements related to cultural gains that have been identified, and of course also academic gains, which are linked to what was also mentioned here and earlier today, the processes in the European University Alliances, improving the educational sector and bringing the European education sector closer together. And it's also very nice to hear that, for example, the Swiss institutions want to continue to come closer to the European conditions as well. Now, when it comes to impact, we also want to maybe touch base on further than only the personal impacts that students identify, but also more a look at the community aspect that they operate in and the economical gains. And we see, for example, when it comes to some of the figures that we have seen in our research, that when it comes to identity, which is sometimes something that people very often bring forward as a benefit or a negative component, depending on which political lenience you might have. We see that students identify that they remain identifying similarly with their nationality or their regional city context, but that they gain significantly in their understanding of their European or their global citizenship, as was mentioned before, not to the detriment of actually their local or national reality, because the context allows them to better understand what it means to, in your case, for example, to be Portuguese in the European context. And then what we do see, though, as an element is that students still report issues with integration into the local community. The number of international friends made still outnumbers really significantly the number of local friends they make, and students still indicate, more than half of students indicate that they don't really participate in organized community activities, such as sport activities, which is the most common way for international students to actually engage with local communities, according to our reports, followed by youth organizations, many in cases such as ESN. But then it trickles down to very low numbers when it comes to involvement in art or different types of activities. We also see that the reports say that students don't really feel encouraged to do this and don't really have that many access points to do that, which then can also have reflections to, let's say, how communities interact with the students that they engage with. When we look at this, we want to see also how does the impact, how does international credit mobility impact not only the individual students but also the community they operate or participate in, that are hosted by as well. And of course, the national reality, for example, with the economical impacts that that might have. And to start with, I will ask Cristina to explain what it is that they have seen in the Portuguese context. Yes.
In economic terms, we don't have an official study. But we, as a national agency, we opened a call on the effects of, well, mostly on the state of the art of internationalization. And what we conclude, well, it's still a draft, not yet completed, the study, but what we conclude is that the Erasmus is still the main way of internationalization for the organizations. Not only for higher education, but in general. Of course, some of them have very much structured strategies, but Erasmus is still the most important. In terms of integration of the students themselves, of course, ESN does a great job. Most of the initiatives are made by ESN, and the ones who are not made by ESN, they are inspired by some of your practice, I would say. And it depends a lot on the institution, I would say. Some, they do a very, very good integration, also including the international students, the students seeking for a degree. I'm thinking about one institution specifically, which has, they call him the year zero. I don't know if this has a good translation for English. It's an year during which they receive students from, well, parts of the world with very different cultures, and they bring them to the community. They also have classes on Portuguese and also in English sometimes, language courses, I want to say, and also on Portuguese culture, sometimes on some specific subjects, preparing for the course itself and for the years to come. And well, these are very good practice, I would say, but in some cases not so good. I agree. Sometimes students get to be, they are together with other international students. They don't mix a lot with Portuguese students. And I think that can be quite improved, I would say, because you didn't ask, but when we speak about the brain drain or the brain gain, we have a lot of students. They don't, as I said before, they don't go a lot studying abroad for a full degree period. but they do the Erasmus mobility, and then they get enough confidence to seek a job outside of Portugal, and a lot of them do it. And we don't see that actually as a brain drain, because we expect them to come back after some years, because Portugal is a wonderful country. But also because we would like to keep some of the international students or mobility students that come to Portugal. And it has been mentioned before in one of the morning presentations, it's really important to work on the integration of students during their mobility, also in the sense that they might come back if they feel really comfortable in the country.
Thank you very much for that. I think it is a very good reflection when it comes to the integration, also with the practices in Portugal, with the digital, kind of becoming digital Silicon Valley of Europe, which I think is also worth mentioning. Martin, in the Austrian case, you have done actually a study on the impact on the Austrian national context. So feel free to share what you found there.
Yes, this was a study by the Institute for Advanced Studies, Vienna. It was published 2018, but I think it's still quite representative. And the results are very similar to this studies presented Irina on her slides this morning. I wouldn't like to mention too many figures, but for example, we had that incoming participants in 1 year spent around nearly 40 million euros in Austria. It was in this study that the incoming participants secured 151 full-time equivalents. And I think some basic messages were that, of course, we have heard it this morning, not so many direct, but many indirect effects. Then what is interesting also in seeing the new mobility formats is, of course, at least in the old program period, it was that a long-term participants of long-term mobilities spend more than participants of short-term mobilities. But maybe it will change, but not for I don't have data for students, but in the tourism, which is very important for Austria, they say that nowadays short-term tourists spend more money than long-term tourists. I don't know, but maybe this is a thesis for the future. What was interesting and what is, but not very surprising if you know Austria, that the majority of the effects was indicated in Vienna, because the authors of the study said, on the one hand, most incoming participants arrive here, and on the other hand, many inputs lead to Vienna sooner or later, because of course you would like to visit the capital, and there you have the cultural offers, etc. But I think that's also similar in many countries. And yes, in this study it was also mentioned, what I think is very important, that of course we have spoken about it in the morning, that these are all short-term effects, but maybe long-term effects, that the people come back to work to the country again and so on, and it's hard to measure it. What I think is very important to say on the impact on the communities and the regions is what the colleague from Portugal mentioned. I think the outgoings who come back are really very important ambassadors for the European spirit. Maybe every single Erasmus student is, I think, the best ambassador for the European spirit in their home country. And also what we have found, Austria, we have many regions also in the countryside, and we have regional newspapers. And a few years ago, and we will do it next year again, we had a campaign to to make stories about the Erasmus students in their original home region. And this was a big success because then there's a smaller regions, 10,000 people, and somebody knows the person in the newspaper and he or she was on Erasmus. This was really a great impact for the European spirit in the regions, I think. Yes, and we talk a lot with higher education institutions. We have the same problem with the incoming students. It's always a challenge that they are integrated. And of course, maybe I appreciate and we appreciate the short-term mobilities very much. We have mentioned this also at the beginning, and it's a good opportunity, and many thanks for this offer also to the Commission. But of course, it's not easier to integrate, and this is the other side of this possibilities, and also, for example, because housing was mentioned, that is very important. We have the feedback that's very difficult for participants of PIPs or short-term mobilities to find housing opportunities for 2 weeks. They have to go to a hotel or so, and this is much expensive again, what is a disadvantage for persons with few opportunities. So you have always advantages and disadvantages, but yes, in general, we have many, many positive effects. And yes, I think if we see the current situation in Europe, Erasmus is still one of the most important programs we have to lift this European spirit.
Right, thank you very much for sharing. I take note that all roads lead to Vienna instead of to Rome, but also about the differentiations of impacts of short-term, and of course on how this can have to make sure that we have components of integration and community action to the different communities as well. And we actually heard from the speakers before also maybe good practices of what they do to make sure that when you organize BIPs that you go into the local communities for such a case. Lauren, we heard 2 examples from the Erasmus program. What do you see in Switzerland in your context?
Yeah, so we don't have a socioeconomic impact study in Switzerland, so I'm always very inspired and impressed by the colleagues in Austria, in Germany, in France, in Portugal, and other countries. But we do have a couple of studies that are on the other level, the individual level and the institutional level. To be very concrete, I can give you one example that was a study that we've done actually in a rural area of Switzerland. So this is in the place between Bern, Neuchâtel, Jura, so this area. And there a university had a project with an exchange with Tunisia. And in that, they also measured all the impact it had on the exchange students in that program, and then also on the regional context. And as you can imagine, the results, we've spoken about it the whole day already, they're not different. They confirm that it had a very positive impact on the development of their transversal competences. And then again, these transversal competences that the students themselves consider very important for their future career and employability, etc., as we mentioned already earlier today. Especially communication, teamwork, and resilience were 3 main elements in this regard. But this can also be done more, in the Swiss National Science Foundation, which is the National Research Council, funded our follow-up study of that program to see how it continues also in the longer-term effects. Then a second study that I want to quickly mention is on the institutions themselves. So this is a very recent one from January of this year, from the University of Lausanne. And they actually, the researcher did an analysis of all the researcher, he created an index of internationalization of all the higher education institutions in Switzerland to compare them. So he, on the one hand, measured all the mobility rates, but he also then, in this index, compared how the mobility rates are linked to the internationalization of the higher education institutions directly and how they interact. And I'm not going to go into detail because it's very methodological about what exactly these different components are, but the results are very clear that the more mobility a higher education institution supports, the stronger the research and innovation capacity of the higher education institution ultimately is, which is actually something that we haven't really touched upon today, is this link between education and research and innovation. And I think it's actually very important. Also in Switzerland, we talk a lot about the Horizon program. You might be familiar with that debate, but less about Erasmus. But I'm really convinced, and this study shows, that the programs really reinforce each other and strengthen each other. Of course, education is ideally based on research, but on the other hand as well, when you have, imagine that you have students, or even with MSCA or PhD students that go on a mobility, they go to another higher education institution, they meet other students there, some of them will become researchers down the line, and especially when you're an early career researcher, you need to find your network and your colleagues to launch successful projects together, and they can then build on the contacts and the people they already know from earlier on. So I think this is just one example to show that really Horizon and Erasmus and that mobility and also the whole research and innovation capacity of a university are in a way linked. So yes, I just saw that Veronica said it's time up, so at least for me. So I will conclude just by picking something up that you were just saying about the European spirit. And while we do not have a socioeconomic analysis, impact analysis in Switzerland, I'm also firmly convinced that Switzerland, as a country in the middle of Europe that is not part of the EU, can also on a value, on a cultural level, strongly benefit by creating more links, by having exchange students going across the borders in all the neighboring countries on our shared continent. So.
I think everybody loves to hear that, and I think also many would love to be interested in the other thing that you mentioned about the combination and the links between international student mobility and the impact on research and innovation in the institutions, that correlation that the researchers found. I think that's a very interesting component. Now, zoning back from the three different contexts that we saw on a national level, what do you see on the European context, Vito?
Yeah, I think that socio-economic impacts of student mobility in member states of the European Union, but more in general in countries in the world, is potentially huge. And this is shown by many national studies. I participated recently in an event organized by the Italian promotion agency, which is called Unitalia. And Unitalia has made this work of sort of compile a joint study of all the different outputs of studies, national studies carried out by British Council in the UK, by Nuffic in the Netherlands, Campus France, DAAD, CMEPIUS in Spain. So just to show how at different levels the impact of student mobility can be of great importance also for the economies of the countries. And of course, this very much depends on the willingness of the countries to invest in this type of activity. And that has a very strong relation with policies in the field of housing, for instance. And we know that today this is probably one of the biggest obstacles for students' mobility, because prices of lodging have become really unrealistic and impossible for young people to access. But there are also other type of national policies that have an impact on the attractiveness, on the internationalization of the country, which is, for instance, the linguistic policy. And we know that in recent years, we have also assisted to rather unexpected changes of policies in these areas from countries that have, for very good multilingualism reason, tried to promote also the importance of the national languages. But of course, this has an impact then on the attractiveness of the national education system. And it has very much to do with the individual higher education institutions' vocation for internationalization. So there are universities that are more prone to put in place mechanisms that attract students, others that are more focused on local purposes, local finalities. As concerns the European higher education programs, of course, the one that has always worked with a view to make European higher education systems more attractive in the world has been the Erasmus Mundus program. And it continues to be a very strong leverage of attraction for students from everywhere in the world. Across the years, Erasmus Mundus has been accused of fostering brain drain, of giving money to non-Europeans instead of those who are the taxpayers, in a way, in Europe. But we also have to consider that there is room for different objectives in the European higher education policies. We, of course, have inclusion, as we said before, as our main line in the implementation of the Erasmus Plus programs, but there must be a place also to make higher education in Europe more highly quality and more attractive for the rest of the world. And in that sense, giving money to students coming from the US, China, India, South Africa has a very long-term impact, because we don't want to foster brain drain. We don't want these people to remain in Europe. On the contrary, we want them to come, witness the European quality, and go back to their own countries with a very good impression, very good experience, in order then in the future to become our allies on the other side of the ocean or of the Ural mountains. Let's say, I mean, there is a strategy behind a type of policy that, of course, can sometimes have some contradictions with other types of policies, but we have to try and find the right balance between fostering our internal objectives and our international objectives. I will stop here.
Well, thank you very much. I will maybe open the floor for questions to the audience.
I have a question for Anna Cristina. Language was mentioned several times, and also the fact, I think, in the previous panel that international students being taught in English tend to interact with each other rather than with domestic students. And I'm interested in what the situation in Portugal is. Portuguese is a world language, but only a fraction of Portuguese speakers are in Portugal. So do students come to Portugal in spite of your speaking Portuguese or because you were speaking Portuguese? And do most students study in English or in Portuguese?
I would say most of the students, they study in English. We don't have a lot of programs in English. We have several, but not a lot. But every program has at least 30 ECTS in English, so they can accommodate any student in mobility for a semester at least. The language issue, it's well, a very important one, especially in terms of research. It's a theme, it's being discussed. Why don't we publish more in Portuguese, considering that by 2030 we would be around 350 million people speaking Portuguese in the world, and it's quite strange that we all publish in English. Of course, we know that it's the lingua franca, but also it prevents the population from knowing more about the research which is being done in their countries. I would say that the majority of the population doesn't speak necessarily English or understand mostly in the very specific terms. So thank you for that question, because we actually love our language. We would love to have more, especially more research published in Portuguese, but in terms of teaching, it will be quite difficult to offer courses in Portuguese, except for Brazilians, of course, which are, they are our favorite public when we recruit internationally, of course.
Going to Austria doesn't require German.
I would have a question on the integration of international students or bringing them closer together with local students. Do you think there could be any initiatives from your side or your perspective that could force, like not force, but encourage local students to be still closer to the international ones? Yeah. Because I feel like incomings could also promote internationalization in higher education, for example.
Very good question.
It's almost a question for you, I feel.
She pointed to you guys, so...
If I may start, perhaps, then I think it's already a good result if foreign students are not considered as intruders by local ones, by not students, but by local people. We have received so many complaints from people saying Erasmus students make a lot of noise, they don't only come for party. So I think that we should first of all try to mitigate this wrong perception. It might be the case for very isolated cases, of course. But I think that there are rules that the higher education institutions have to stick to, which are written in the charter, Erasmus Plus charter, where there is a clear indication of welcoming students and putting them in the conditions to feel at home when they come to their institution. So there are some rules that higher education institutions are expected to carry out in order to make students coming from abroad feel at home in a way. But colleagues certainly have more concrete...
Yeah, I think there is not the one solution, because I think there are many differences between the institutions, smaller institutions, larger institutions. I think there exists already many best practice examples. Maybe it would be necessary to make I don't know, a contest, a European, to show them to other universities. Maybe this could be one solution.
There are so many different approaches. It's difficult to say, because in my previous functions, I used to be a teacher at university, and every time I proposed a program, we try to have several, how do you say, matters, some courses, bilingual at the same time, so people can choose, even the Portuguese ones, they can choose to have that unit also in English, and that's the way of getting people together. Because if you have a specific program for Erasmus, sometimes even outside the same premises, it's impossible.
I think, because I add one very quick point, is really, I think there's a huge potential in youth organizations, sport associations, and thinking a bit outside of the higher education institution that they are in. Because of course, I mean, people in youth organizations, they are can also be students. There are multiple aspects to them, and certainly when I was a student, and then I was also working in a youth organization, that was a fantastic way to bring people together. But lastly, also, I mean, credit to ESN for doing a lot of that work in all the local chapters across Europe and in Switzerland as well.
There is one thing I wanted to add very quickly. There is an Erasmus Plus app that is also a very concrete instrument that helps incoming students already in advance to their mobility to exchange information, tips with other Erasmus Plus students, former students, alumni. So this is something that we are strongly promoting within the the European Student Card Initiative, the Erasmus Plus app. That is something that I think is a concrete example of something useful for students.
Yes, I think it is indeed important to prepare students correctly before they go, and also to create enough initiatives for interaction. So we indeed do quite a lot. We do indeed quite have a lot of different initiatives to try and stimulate this by, for example, Erasmus in schools initiatives. But we are also together with HK currently developing a project that is called EdGem or SM, Enriching Communities Through Engaged Mobilities, that will actually try and understand how we can build service learning and community engaged learning, focusing on community services and how the local community receives students, to build this interaction even within the curricula. So to move a step beyond volunteering by actually adjusting teaching and learning methodologies to integrate these type of initiatives. And I think, well, if you're interested, there will for sure be things that Martin will be following up with this mechanism. Of course, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I just want to react and, yeah, in two ways. One thing we have on our scholarship program beside Erasmus Plus is a very small action called World at School, where we invite the international students, sometimes degree students who have a scholarship with us, so we have their data, we invite them to a welcome event, and then we let them, if they want, go and speak in schools. And so schools can ask for a student, and students who want to can volunteer to go to a school, maybe just in their same student town, or maybe 1 hour by bus far away on the countryside. So for them it's a way to just see something else of the country, can be just very interesting. And another thing I wanted to mention, we do have this Flemish umbrella organization of student participation councils. I think VVS, you know it. They brought out a position paper called Inclusion of International Students, with a lot of recommendations on housing, on more intense buddy programs. They want to learn Dutch in the curriculum. The international students asked this. It's the first time I heard it, but it's nice. And also, and I think this is something really to consider maybe for the next program, to be really able to participate as international students in students' participation councils in their host institution. So this, of course, takes some more organization. The language is, of course, an issue there, but the international students ask it, and our local students really put this message forward in a common position paper. So I think a few years from now, we should have come up with more initiatives on that.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just a small reflection from my side, also based on my own experience as an international student here in Belgium, in Flanders. I think there's definitely a number of things that can be done to support the better integration and interaction between international students and the local students within the curriculum proper, and certainly outside of the curriculum. And obviously here student organizations have a key role to play. But I think it's also helpful when reflecting on concrete measures to address also the reasons why domestic students often are not so naturally inclined to interact with the international students. And in my experience, I think at least when it comes to incoming Erasmus students, it often doesn't happen because domestic students see the others as temporary. It's maybe not nice to say, but they know they're there just for a few months. You know, building these friendships takes some time. So certainly some, not all, domestic students might think, you know, this is not worthwhile necessarily of their time. I lived it as a personal experience. So we were a very small master program, 17 students, 3 were Flemish students. Well, we bonded because the internationals were the majority, I think you could say it happened, but also because these were students that were more internationally oriented, so they wanted to learn. So maybe what institutions can actually do to further encourage this interaction is also to maybe make it more explicit for their own domestic students why it's actually beneficial to have these international students on site, and what it can actually bring to them within the curriculum, but also outside, and again in collaboration with student organizations.
All right. Thank you very much, Irina, for sharing.
So this was a really great question, which brought a lot of topics on the table, and I think I very much would like to underscore that we should see this as a real important challenge. And I take it now not from Erasmus+, but also for full degree students. And let me mention the Dutch experience in this respect. Something which I never expected was that there is among Dutch students at the moment some antagonism growing against foreign students. And how is that then possible? That is because increasingly Dutch students are organized through the traditional old-fashioned fraternities, to which I really think would be impossible, but even my grandchildren are now part of that. So it must be something good. But the reason why they do this is housing, because the housing is allocated through the traditional Dutch student unions. So you better become a student union member to get housing. So the second is that the student unions are Dutch, are not, they exclude, well, they don't exclude foreign students, but they don't try to pull them in. And so in order, I hope very much we go to the 25%. We are in the Netherlands far beyond that. So that is, but then we should also realize that the integration and the full, I would say, reaping of the benefits of foreign students also for the national students, for the Dutch students, requires serious attention for your question. So this is really something to be taken into account. I think I know how to do this, but that is because I was also in charge of a university, as a president of a university, and this requires very intensive, say, influence, because in Maastricht, I believe that we do have a quite mixed experience, but it requires on the part of the board substantial influence towards the traditional unions and to talk to them and say this is not okay, or the way you do this. And of course, you have to have a platform for that because, well, a university president can do a lot, but does have also a limited license to operate.
All right, thank you very much for that last intervention. I think if I can pull everything together from the last questions, we see that it is important to convince, or actually to convey the message inside the institutions of the importance of internationalization, so that it's embodied by everybody on campus, but that we also carry out the message off campus and make sure that we make connections with the cities and the bodies that are influencing how the student experience is outside of the campus walls. And we see that there is a lot of challenges to be made there, both internally, but we see also nice, good practices where local students actually embrace requests from internationals. So hopefully that type of best practices can help us move forward all together. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much, dear colleagues. It was a fantastic panel. Thank you. So now we will proceed with the final closing panel in this very long series of extremely interesting panels today. So the last panel will be moderated by Kees Koevenaar, Senior Advisor from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And then the challenge for the colleagues is quite big. So now they will try to put together all the insights and all the conclusions from the preceding panels, and they will also try to chart the way forward. It will take a couple of minutes to prepare our next panelists for the intervention, so there is a little tiny 1-minute break for people to put on their mics. So we are still staying in the room, right? So we're not leaving. But yes, now the speakers will be wired with the mic so that you can still follow the discussion. Thanks.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon.
The water.
Welcome to the last panel. We'll leave this slide on for just a few minutes so that you can read, and then we'll turn it off so as that it doesn't blind us in the eyes. In the Netherlands, I'm not sure if it's also in other countries, but the National Railway gets a lot of complaints about trains that are delayed. And then they have a trick. They say, well, we don't count the delay during the journey. We only count the delay at the final station. So our challenge is to make up for any, it's now 12 minutes past 3, but so we'll still try to end at 4 and reject any complaints about the delay of the program. If I try to summarize what this day is all about. It's basically, we're here as a bunch of people who say international student mobility is good. We know it's good. We know it's good. But this is basically what our day is all about. And in the sessions until now, there's been some very serious stock-taking of all the indications, of all the material that we have that is convincing that it is a good thing. And it has been very convincing to me. I've had to rewrite my notes during the day a few times because of all the wonderful things that I've heard. I made some remarks originally about research, but after today, after the wonderful presentations by Irina and by Georgia, I changed that message. There is strong evidence that the hypothesis that we cannot have good research on the impact of international study abroad is false. There is good research, only we still have too little of it, and we know too little of it. So there is a dire obligation on ACA after today to make an excellent publication on the 2 presentations by Irina and Georgia to share this in a much wider community. Our last session, after it is good, and this is the evidence, is can we do even better? And of course that question is a rhetorical one. By posing it, I think everybody agrees that we can and we should do better in, and this is the title of our session, amplifying the impact of international study abroad. And it's important to note that the session doesn't say amplifying international student mobility, it says amplifying the impact of student mobility. So we have 3 panelists. I'll introduce them very briefly in a minute. Before I do, I have one request and one remark to you. The request is to, in your contributions, to not only zoom in on the quantitative dimension of amplifying more mobility, but also say something about the qualitative amplifying more impact. And the remark is that while I will be listening to you, I will be trying to understand what you're saying in the context of the various kinds of impact. One is on the work and life of the individuals, and we've had some reports on that already today. In terms of economic impact, a bit more than in terms of personal development impact. The second one is the economic one, the impact on the gross national product, on the economies. We've had strong evidence there. The third one that we have heard something, but maybe less, is the impact on the quality of the educational institutions and programs themselves. So that's the remark. We have 3 excellent panelists. We have 2 rounds for each of them. And basically, the first question is, what can you, and not you personally, but the level of organization that you represent, and bring to the table in terms of amplifying this impact qualitatively and quantitatively? And the second round is, what do you feel that others can bring to that table? And as a second request, I would like to invite you, I can do this now more readily than if we would have still an official representative of the European Commission, to not only talk about the position of your organization, but also slip in some personal ideas as well. So, we have with us, and I'll follow the order that we have here, we have VLUHR, if I pronounce it correctly, yes. Director of the Czech National Agency for International Education and Research. We have Irina Ferenc, of course, we all know her, Director of HK, and we have Emily Palmer, who has been in Brussels for several roles in the course of her career, but is now at the Una Europa, one of the European University Alliance programs. So, let me start with you, Michal. When you look at ways to amplify this impact, quantitatively but also qualitatively, and if you look at the level of organizations like yours and organizations like yours, what do you see lying ahead? What could be done to amplify this impact?
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. It's quite hard for us because we are an intermediate organization, so we are in between the beneficiaries and the Commission. So the Commission set the rules, and the beneficiaries implement the program, the projects. So the role of the national agencies is strictly limited to the role of the national agency. But I think that we can look on these three levels, because all the levels can have an influence on the impact. And on the beginning, you mentioned that we shouldn't focus too much on the quantitative aspect, but I think that is one of the key aspects of the program, because now we are just in front of the negotiation of the next multi-annual financial frame, and it's really important to speak about the impact and also about the scale of the program, because the biggest threat of the future is the doubling of the amount of the program, the money of the program, because doubling is not enough. And if you can look on the shape of the evolution of the budgets in the program period 2021-2027, you can see that the last year is significantly higher than the first one. And if you multiply the last year by 7, it's almost doubling the budget. It means doubling the budget, it's not increasing the mobilities in the period of 7 years. Perhaps it can be decrease of the mobility. So we need more than doubling the budget. So the first, if you are speaking about the impact of the program, the first level is the structure of the program, and the structure is defined by the Commission. And the question, which type of KA action has the biggest impact, is the question of some. So we can see it in some studies. There's some type of activities in the program of Erasmus has the biggest impact than others. For example. And it's also a question about the sectors, because Erasmus is broader. It's not only higher education, and we know from several studies, for example, that the impact in vocation and training is higher than in higher education. That €1 in VET has a significant higher impact than in higher education. But I think it's also important to have the diversity. So every sector should grow, and even if some aspect of the program has a smaller impact than others, they are also valuable. The role of the NAs, NAs, national agencies. So we have a wonderful network of national agencies with really motivated people in the NAs. But one of the problems is that the amount of money which we receive from the Commission is correct, but the contribution from the states, it means some countries has a slow contribution, and also they have some limitation in hiring people in the NAs. And I know that the majority of NAs has problem that they are fewer than they should be, because the program is growing, but the staff not. So if you want to have a proper implementation of the program, we should know that it's impossible to be in this type of scale. The number of people who are implementing the program can't be the same if the program is growing. This is obvious thing, but sometimes it's really hard to explain it to the Minister of Finance. Okay. And the third aspect is the lowest level. It means the beneficiaries. So the universities, the NGOs, the regional school, but in this case the universities receive the grants, the money in KA1, KA2, and they are implementing the program. And we as national agencies, we are trying to support them. And it's also about the quality of implementation. And this is also the reason why we are using a specific budget, which is called TCA, which is a special budget for special type of activities. And we decided to make big conferences, big events for supporting universities. For example, in Čedukon, we have a beautiful conference, Čedukon, for higher education institutions, and we bring all universities from Central Europe in one place. And for 2 or 3 days, we have a lot of workshop, a lot of information, and we are bringing the quality and upscale and make the capacity building of our universities to make them better, because in the end they are spending billion and billion of euro, all of them, and the quality of implementation has also an impact on the impact.
Okay, more money, better implementation, under-resourced national agencies. Just a quick follow-up. Could you give us one elevator pitch if you would have this better level of funding as a national agency? What would be better?
I think the support for beneficiaries, better promotion for the other part than the higher education, because they have a different schemes. And also better analysis, because we have, for example, analytical unit, and if we are able to more focus on the feedback and and data, we can run the program more smoothly.
Okay, thank you. Turning to Irina, back to the first question: what can you do to amplify impact?
On this one, I'll answer on ACA's behalf, not my personal, and then I'm happy to contribute with some personal remarks on some of the other points you've raised. I think what we do as ACA, and I won't be modest this time, I say what I think we do quite well is actually gatherings like this, where we put on under discussion some of the important topics. And I do think one of the advantages we have as a network, but might not be the only one, I'm not claiming that, but we do have this very good access to researchers that are coming in with the necessary evidence for us to further our conversations. We have our membership-based national agencies that are supporting all these developments, and we have a very good, I think, access to the wider higher education community, and especially institutions. So I think what we typically do as a standard way of being, modus operandi, is to bring these different kinds of actors together for these necessary discussions, and also to take ideas forward to improve student mobility in this case, but also other internationalization topics. And I do think for this part of amplifying impact, networks are extremely important in general, not only ACA, obviously. So I can maybe very briefly share with you a related example of a network we are part of. We are not an initiator ourselves, and it is actually a network. It's called ENIS, it's the European Network of International Student Mobility. which actually brings together very established researchers, academic researchers on international student mobility with practitioners like many of us here in the room and people working at policy level. And it's a network that now has almost 300 members. And it was initially created by Professor Christoph van Mol, that was also mentioned by Giorgio in his presentation, one of the prominent scholars in international student mobility, precisely to help with bridging this gap. Because you were saying also in your introduction, yes, there seems to be more research even that we knew there were. The problem is we didn't really know about it. So one of the core objectives of this network is to actually bring together and start different conversations between researchers that look into this area and also practitioners, those that are actually working on a day-to-day basis in that specific area. And through this new way of interaction, hopefully develop better research in the future, in the sense of having research that is actually anchored in issues, in challenges that practitioners have on a day-to-day basis with supporting student mobility, and the other way around, making sure that the research academics do actually reaches practice. And for that to happen, it needs to be sometimes communicated in a different way. And there I really want to thank Giorgio for having simplified in a sense all this very complex research that is being done in academia, so that people like us can actually take the message forward. So it's one example, but I do think networks like these points of connection are really important for amplifying the impact that is already there.
Okay, thank you. Just as a small intermission and digression, during the whole part of the day, learning outcomes have been coming up every now and again, and I think they are important. They're part of the, when we talk about learning outcomes in not subject-specific expertise, but in more horizontal competences, they belong to the field of the immeasurables. One tool that I am very happy about in this field, for instance, for communication, explains that part of this, one dimension of this is able to find the right language to talk about your highly specialized expertise area to lay people. And this was a very good example of a high level of that competence, I would argue. But also, and then I'll go back to the panel, maybe a hobby horse of mine. I think for higher education, the learning outcomes, beyond subject expertise, beyond knowing the laws of Newton or the medieval kings of France, learning outcomes in general competences like critical thinking or communication or teamwork are very poorly articulated in higher education in general. And in that sense, it's very difficult to assess the added value of university education in terms of these crucial competencies. So the deferred question, what does international student mobility contribute to this thing, critical thinking, that we don't even know how to describe in a domestic setting, becomes even more complicated. Okay, that was my personal, the bee in my bonnet. Moving to Emily with the first question. As a representative of one of the now 50 European University Alliances, 50 going on 60, and returning to this question of amplifying impact, okay, quantitatively, but also qualitatively. In these three or even more dimensions of work and life and economy and equality, what could Una Europa do better? What would you advise your board of presidents?
Thanks very much for the question, the invitation. The discussion has been really interesting so far, and I'm delighted to contribute to it. So just to introduce Una Europa as one of the alliances, we're an alliance of 11 very large and strong research-intensive universities, and we have a students and staff body of 600,000. So something very quite big, but committed to building a university of the future together with this community. I'm really happy that you raised the issue of the qualitative impact, because actually that's exactly what we're trying to focus on as Una Europa, as an alliance, that international experiences that we give or offer to our students are not merely seen through a quantitative lens, but designed with a focus on qualitative impact. So this means targeting the acquisition sometimes of specific disciplinary skills, but probably much more along the lines of what you mentioned, Keith, around transversal competencies and skills, which are a bit harder to measure directly in terms of economic growth, but are absolutely important. And where we focus is in providing our student and staff community with clear added value in terms of personal, academic, and professional growth. So not doing what the individual universities are already doing very well, but focusing on where we can do things only by working together. Our commitment, therefore, has been to designing as much as possible accessible, inclusive, and sustainable opportunities. We've really tried to deliver formats of international experience that can be scaled to other international partners and alliances. So different types of physical mobility, ranging from a typical semester-long to short-term opportunities, and investing much, much more in the kind of new and innovative virtual and blended formats. I'd like to give a couple of examples of what we've worked on. One that's kind of perhaps looking at longer-term mobility, and one more new, innovative blending formats. I think it's too early really to be able to say the economic impact per se, but I think we can start to talk about educational institutional impact when we look at our joint Bachelor in European Studies. So really proud because Una Europa was the first, and I think it's still the only joint bachelor degree on the European market. And this is a very interdisciplinary program which gives a degree from 4 institutions, and with all 11 being mobility partners. So students don't only have the opportunity in this program to learn about Europe, they also experience, live, and grow in an international setting. So it's something that goes way beyond the typical Erasmus exchange. Actually, within the 6 semesters of this joint bachelor, 3 of them involve physical mobility, which gives the opportunity to the bachelor students to study in 2 or 3 Una Europa partner universities of choice. And in addition to that, there are further short-term physical mobility opportunities. For instance, in 2 weeks' time, there will be a winter school hosted here in Brussels. And the internationalization at home, which was discussed in the earlier panel, is really key to this joint bachelor as well, because they have so many opportunities to engage with the international students. And when I talk about impact for the institutions, so this joint bachelor degree was launched for students to be enrolled in last year, academic year, and there were 269 students enrolled from 35 different countries. And that's already grown to 400 students in this academic year, so just after 2 years. And if we look and measure it with some of the most prestigious European studies bachelor degrees that are on the market, we're already there. So I think that's showing impact. Just to continue then with some examples on more kind of challenge-based learning opportunities, which are meant to give impact to students because they work kind of on real life challenges together. And we bring student teams from different universities to work on different topics of choice. And this we've experienced in the COVID times, completely virtual, but we've also worked with hybrid. Moving forward, we're always looking to improve further, and we have a specific work package in our project that's looking at Una with and for society, and there we're going to pilot 3 new initiatives. One is around Una Europa service learning, so I think many of you know the concept of of service learning for students, trialing that in an international environment. The other one is UNA challenge-based approaches, so really scaling up micro-challenges for our students to work on together. And last but not least, UNA Europa International Mentoring Program, which is where we bring in non-academic partners to mentor our students as they develop their professional skills and knowledge. And so, yeah, that's all a very exciting way forward. Thanks.
Okay, following up, trying to challenge you a little bit. You've mentioned quite a few very interesting pilots, the joint degree, service learning, the mentoring program, challenge-based learning. I would assume that these are in pockets trying to be laboratories of change for the participating universities. All programs work with incoming credit students, and this is still a minority. If you look at the bigger picture of the vast majority of courses in which also credit mobility students partake, what indications do you see that this leads to a rise in the quality of the teaching and learning activity in the classroom, and how could this be further amplified? So the broad quality impact of regular semester mobility outside these very excellent pilots that you mentioned.
Well, let me try to answer by giving one example that I haven't given so far. We've developed together an UNA Europa micro-credential program in sustainability. Now, this is being attached by some of our universities into their master degrees, which are perhaps more kind of national in scope, but this is really providing them with the international opportunity to engage with other students, but also importantly, to have teaching accessed from different parts of Europe. And what's really exciting about this micro-credential is that we also just received funding from the virtual exchange under Erasmus to extend it to African partners. And we're going to be working in kind of international digital classrooms to really extend the impact, not just in Europe, but also to the African continent. So of course, this is just kind of starting now. People are really excited, and I hope the impact will be very big.
Okay, thank you. To also illustrate what I will give you the floor then, what I was also hinting at when I look at the university that I used to work for and others in the Netherlands, you get feedback from academics that if they teach the same class for a group of Dutch students in Dutch and to an international classroom with international students, not only the average grades are higher, but the grades of the Dutch students get higher. Yeah. So that's independent of the specific didactic innovations like service learning or micro-credential or challenge-based. Simply the fact that there are international students in the class makes the national students up their game. So do you recognize that?
I guess so. I'm not an academic that has been producing this, but I can see that the academics that are involved are excited about this because it is enhancing quality. Indeed, in time, we will see the feedback from students, and hopefully that will be positive. But you must remember, we're still quite early days with the alliances. I think it's 4 years now. And so we're recruiting students, and we need to watch very carefully and be able to evaluate this.
Okay, yep. Thank you. You wanted to also add some...
Yes, and actually what you just mentioned now, your example, is very much linked to what I wanted to say, and I wonder if these Dutch students teach the same class in the same way to the purely Dutch class and to the international class. One of your earlier discussion points was about the quality of the educational offer, and I think all of us here believe there's a strong correlation between internationalization in general and also international student mobility and increase in quality of education. But I think also your examples, Emily, within UNA Europa make it very clear it's a very intentional process. It doesn't happen by itself. And I think that's something we have to also pay attention to, because just the mere fact that we have more and more international students on campus doesn't mean by itself an automatic increase in quality if specific actions are not taken in that direction, particularly to lead towards the learning outcomes that you were talking about. And maybe also, you know, to have a frank conversation, and that's a personal now point of view, not an ACA point of view. Sometimes when institutions need to make these adaptations, especially for an international classroom, what could happen in a first step, hopefully that's not the only step, is a temporary decrease in quality. Thinking of the transition that many study programs have made to English taught programs, well, probably the quality of teaching must have initially decreased a bit compared to the national programs, particularly in institutions where the respective academics were not accompanied not only by English language proficiency training, which is the standard support to offer, but very importantly, pedagogical support and training to adapt their course to a truly international classroom.
Yes, yes, and I think you have something very important here, both for students and for teachers. Guidance, support, and help to grow into this role is maybe a crucial factor for amplified impact of the international student mobility experience that has not yet been exploited to the full. We had some mention about pre- and post-departure support and support for students during their study abroad. You raise the issue that teachers, well, basically, teachers are academics who see themselves as specialists in the subject who were never trained to be a teacher, but they were just thrown into the pool and either swim or drown. But the professional support of teachers to be teaching is not very strong equally strong in every European country, and the professional support of teachers to teach an international classroom is another game. I tend to provocatively maybe disagree with you on the language issue. In my experience, and I haven't taught, but I've seen this, maybe quite as often, teachers who have to teach in a language not their own cannot use the proficiency of their language to hide the unclarity of what they are saying. And in that sense, they have to be more precise and exact in conveying the students what they want to convey. So I'm not sure if it's, I see you don't agree.
I can also say that then the international students you have in the classroom can actually help with clarifying the unclarities that still remain within the English language, particularly for native speakers.
True. You were frowning. You wanted to come in?
I'm an English native speaker, but I do speak other languages, so I do.
I have heard quite a lot of comments of international non-native English students sitting in English-taught classes who say, we understand the non-natives much better.
Yeah, probably. Depends where you come from in the UK, I expect, or the US.
For native speakers, it's very difficult. No, apart from dialect, yes. Apart from dialect, for native speakers, it's very, very difficult to really imagine the lower level of language proficiency of the people they're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
that's true.
It's called Euro English.
Anyway, I'd like to move to the second question. Your idea of what others can do. Michal, you already went a little bit down that road. I'll ask you permission. Is it okay to now tell the audience, if you have a question, raise your hand, and then we can interrupt this panel with questions from the audience already? Yes? Okay. So this is a challenge to you. And we will note who is up to the challenge. With that, I give the floor to Michal. Advice to others than national agencies on how to do better to amplify the impact. Also qualitative and quantitative of international student mobility.
Sadly, perhaps I will a little bit remain on the quantitative aspect because it's something which is really important. And I know that all the time we are speaking about the qualitative aspect, but I think the quantitative aspect has also the dimension of inclusion, yeah, because before the program Erasmus was for the happy few, an elite program, and if you want to really bring this program to the larger scale, to everybody, it's also about the money which is behind. So if we are, if the program will grow enough to fulfill the need of the society, and I think that the key aspect that we must, for the development of the program and development of the impact, that we must switch the paradigm, that the internationalization should not be a surplus, but it should be integral part of education, which means that it should be a compulsory part. And I really appreciate the Swiss approach, that the target, and it should be honestly clear, and we should have a consensus on that, that the ultimate goal is that everybody is involved in the program or in internationalization. Everybody in Europe should be exposed to international experience. And this is the ultimate goal, because now we are speaking about the ratio of the population here. The program, the Erasmus program now is able to hit about 20 to 25% of the population year, the year budget, which is quite good. But what should be the target of the next program period? It should be at least 50%. So every second citizen in the education system should be exposed, or should have the opportunity to go abroad. And the last part, the second part, should be exposed at home. So it means the internationalization at home is also the second part of the story. And I think that this type of switch of the paradigm should be made during this period. It means that we will have the European election in some months, and we have a big window of opportunity, and we should raise this topic. Because if you are asking in a survey what Europe bring to us, it's roaming, it's Schengen, and it's Erasmus. And we should raise this third topic and make our voice clear and loud to say that we should increase the budget of this program to allow more citizens to participate, because the conservative scenario, the doubling the budget, is not enough, and the optimal one is 3 times, or the really inclusive one is that the budget should be 5 times bigger. And we should kidnap the European debate for the future of the program and for the future of Europe, because we have Erasmus thanks to Europe, but we won't have Europe if there is no Erasmus.
Okay, I might comment later, but I'll hold my fire. Irina.
Yes, well, I'll be brief, because actually my point is very, very closely related to Michael's, and I guess it's a time that we disclose publicly that I think one of the reasons why we wanted to have this event, particularly at this time of the year, is also because we see it as a timely start of this kind of discussions, preparing for the next Erasmus Plus program generation, anticipating indeed some tough negotiations, especially on budget, and feeling that we as a sector need to be better prepared, better equipped with articulating the concrete evidence and impact that mobility, be it credit funded through Erasmus, but also partly degree. We've talked about Erasmus Mundus, that is funded through the program. So we see this event, and we hope that's where others will actually help us in amplifying this message and this impact by becoming allies in advocating for proper support. in the next program generation at the European level, but also within national contexts. We've heard it a number of times, I think, today, of how important indeed the Erasmus program has become in all the national contexts. What is also happening, unfortunately, more and more is that national funding for mobility is decreasing as a result. So we should also, pay attention to not only advocate at the European level, but continue to advocate also within the national context, especially if we're really serious about these inclusion-related objectives, because even 25% means there is another 75% that is not directly participating. So basically amplifying, joining in the advocacy work.
And I will hold my fire.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up directly from Irina's point, actually. So as you can imagine, alliances like Una Europa face or navigate a kind of complex reality when it comes to funding all the mobility that we want to do. On the one hand, we have to try to be committed to delivering the European Commission's ambitious goals for mobility. So they say something like 50%. Hasn't been defined very well, but still 50% mobility is along the lines of what Mikael just said. But on the other hand, some of our partner universities are faced with conflicting national policies, which often don't support international physical mobility of students. So this is really difficult to navigate. And individual partner universities, of course, have to balance their institutional set of mobility priorities versus the limited amount of funding. I think it's never the idea that alliances take up all the mobility, but rather what, for instance, in the case of Una Europa, we work together on innovative formats that can then be scaled with other international partners. But the funding is not quite following these kind of high impact formats that we have. So yeah, basically, I think I join the rest of the panel on saying that we have a massive challenge when it comes to insufficient levels of funding, and it's crucial that appropriate budgets underpin the next multi-annual financial framework in Europe, but also national. I think if we look beyond funding, there are some other things that the Erasmus program could do to help become a little bit more flexible. It currently doesn't offer enough flexibility to accommodate specific needs of alliances that work on the basis of trust and long-term partnership. And yeah, the competing priorities as well, I think that's always going to exist as long as the funding is limited. Maybe just a couple of things to add, actually, isn't it tomorrow that the Erasmus consultation closes, and we as Una Europa are submitting a position as well. We've done a little bit of thinking on how the Erasmus program can particularly help this kind of multilateral collaboration that we're doing. And yeah, we've identified that particular support is needed to accommodate and support embedded mobility in joint programs, which doesn't currently exist. And because of that, there are many administrative challenges at the level of the individual partner universities participating in that joint program. And so thinking about, for instance, the possibility to establish transnational consortia of universities, the possibility to pool funding across institutions for joint programs that are organized in a multilateral context could be really interesting. But if any of you are interested, look out in the coming weeks. We'll be advertising the points in our Erasmus position, and happy to work with any of you to further those voices and needs. Thank you.
Well, before we wrap up, I'll try to be a little bit of the devil's advocate. In my professional career in internationalization, I've always argued that internationalization is a means, not an end. And I still believe that also for international student experience. Imagine in 10 years' time, a student from the Sorbonne wants to develop their global engagement, intercultural competence, level of critical thinking by spending a semester in the Faubourg not in Barcelona, in the Faubourg. And the university would say, no, 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 by contract with the Commission, you are obliged to go abroad. We cannot recognize your development of horizontal skills in the Faubourg because it's not international. I'm exaggerating, but this is my devil's advocate point against internationalization, international mobility as a goal in and of itself. And if we want to be successful in advocacy, I would argue that we need to continue to subscribe to internationalization, international mobility as a means to an end, not an end by itself. So I think that was, I'm tempted, but we'll do that afterwards, to go into, and I fully subscribe to the ludicrous craziness or crazy ridiculousness of the administration of European programs. There's much more to be said, but that's maybe outside the scope of this session. It's almost full. The train is due to arrive on platform 3. We've tried to look at amplification of the impact of international student mobility on students, societies, and universities. In a way, I think our panel is an illustration of the red thread of the day. It is clearly there. There is clearly evidence of impact, and there's a clear need of amplification. But we really need, I think he's left, we really need Giorgio and Irina to help us to establish a strong evidence base in a robust kind of way, to not just be preaching the gospel among the believers, but to also have more solid evidence that there is truth in what we say. So you need to go on, Aka, in organizing these meetings which develop the thoughts and collect the evidence on the impact of study abroad and how to amplify its impact, I would say. With that, I would like you to share me in thanking our excellent panelists and thanking Aka for the wonderful day.
Yeah, and now we have Ulrich Grothus, Aka president, for some closing words.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to say some closing remarks. Fortunately, I don't need to summarize what's been discussed all of the day, because you've already done that. Thank you for arriving in time, which a usual customer of Deutsche Bahn is not accustomed to at all. And thank you for bringing up, I think, a very important point at the end, that we need to use all learning opportunities both at home and abroad, and not form a cosmopolitan class that doesn't talk to and doesn't listen to, in the first place, to the people next door. And I think that is a very, very important message to take away. Overall, I think, and I've taken part in quite a number of international events over the last 3 decades, I think I've really learned as much as I did today. So there were a number of interesting perspectives, and there was a lot of knowledge transmitted, of facts to be taken account of. And I think it's already a huge progress if we know about the existing knowledge. It's even better if we expand knowledge, but I think a first step to do that is to take note of what is already known by the people who are practitioners in the field, from the people who do research about the field. And I think there is an astonishing gap between the research being done on internationalization and the practice being carried out by agencies specializing on internationalization, and that gap is mainly due to not even knowing what is known. And so if this event has contributed to know more about what is already known, that is a first important step. The second step, I think, is is to share and explain the insights we have to our communities at large, to our political decision makers, to the general public, and I think we can get better at that. And there is then, of course, always the challenge to not just explain why what we do is right, which we all love to do, but also perhaps to think about whether all of what we do is right, and if there isn't also a need for changes in practice. And we've heard a number of elements, how practice is changing. Still, I think some progress can be made over the coming years in being more concrete and perhaps more disruptive about our current practices and develop them as well. So what next to do? So I heard today, I wasn't aware of that informal meeting of ministers, but already in February, if I understand well, and the deadline for the midterm evaluation statements is tomorrow. So tomorrow is a bit close, but we'll also submit something for that. But I think it's important that we summarize in a systematic way what we've learned today. And I've seen that Veronica has taken all sorts of notes very diligently, and I think we should again solidify these notes into a reflection paper that may contribute to the minister's thinking, but may also contribute to further thinking in our community. And I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I think jointly with that or separately, the factual evidence that Irina and Giorgio have summarized today deserves to be known by more than the 50 or 60 people that have been sitting in this room, and I think that can and should be done. Let me conclude by thanking again all those who have initiated this discussion, to start with Jo. To all those who have contributed as panelists, as speakers, as people asking questions from the floor to today's event. And finally, let's thank again Irina and her team for having set this up, and thank again to our Norwegian house at the Norway House, which is a wonderful venue at a strategic location. So thanks to all of them. I think all of them have deserved a round of applause. So, see you soon. Arrivederci, tot ziens. Bye.